Alright, we're live. We're live. Whoop, whoop, whoop. God damn. Oh. Dragon Age Inquisition. Hey, late? I'm not late. It's 7 o'clock. Key high. You late? I'm not late. Oh, right. Before we get started, I got myself a little bit of a treat today. Snowballs. 'Tis the season. Can't remember where we're supposed to shake them. I don't think you are you? We'll find out. No. We'll not. I'm by my computer. We won't find out. I'll get another one. Can't remember where we're supposed to shake them, actually. Contains egg. Used by date 24. 30. How am I 32 seconds late? Push, I say. Push. You've never had a snowball. Americans call them eggnog. I like it. I don't drink, but I do like eggnog. Look at it. It's got like a... It's like an eggy colour to it. Because it's made out of egg. It does look kind of like a very milky... what you call it? I'm not sure. I think there wasn't much noise in that. Well, I've got 4 of them down here. There's the pack. So I'll try shaking the next one because it just looks like it's frothy. So I think if I shake it, it'll just be a little frothier. But they're nice. They're nice. They're not strong. What's the volume? 3.5 volume. 0.7 UK units. So there's nothing in it whatsoever. Oh, eggnog. I know what it is. Yeah, that's the thing. Because of Meteor, most people aren't aware. Like most people just assume it's like just people call it eggnog. I was actually like that with eggplant. Because of Meteor, I did not know that eggplants were aubergines. I thought they were different things, but they're not. That's just what we call an eggplant. Americans call aubergines eggplants, and we call eggplants aubergines. So yeah, it's kind of crazy how Americanized they've been for the most part. You know? Some of the words sound better. Like diaper sounds way better than nappy. Although a dummy is way better than pacifier. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot. I'm using my mouse instinctively. I have a controller. Right then, so oh, there's the mouse. Let's move that out of the way. Last time we left off, we were standing over this camp menacingly. Can we crouch? Because we can't crouch. I kind of want to like crouch down and stand over it menacingly. Should try it at one point though. It's nice. I do like them. The most alcohol I've ever had in one night are 2 cans of like a mild stout. So I think like weaker than Guinness. Hey there, Zephyr. How are you doing today? But I'm thinking of actually going for a few of these tonight because I like them. And they don't actually taste like alcohol. Do you know what they remind me of? I drink a lot of fermented stuff. So like kefir and kombucha and shit like that. I tend to have a kombucha at the end of every meal. Like, well, every tea, not every meal. That'll kill me. And it's got like this kind of like vinegary, acidic aftertaste. And I love it. It actually reminds me of that. Come to think of it. It's like a weaker kombucha. In fact, some kombucha does actually contain alcohol. Because it's like... it's fermented yeast and things. So, I think if they leave kombucha long enough, it becomes alcohol. And if they leave it longer still, it becomes vinegar. So, makes sense. Ah! Back off. I have both shields and armor. You shall never get through my defense. Also, I'm a Kunari, so fuck you. Your melee attacks do nothing to me. Storm Coast? We are in the Storm Coast now, yes. Hence why it's constantly raining. Why this place isn't flooded, I don't know. It would not be this lush if it was constantly raining. But never mind. Well, this is like the UK. The Storm Coast is basically England. The bottom of JD is the most I've ever drank. JD is stronger than what anything I'll drink. I had this drink randomly, actually. I got it from Marks and Sparks because it sounded really nice. It came in a can. It had like a weird name, like a Mujura or something like that. But basically what it is it was like lime, mint, and I think gin? I think gin. I could be wrong. It could be something else, but I think gin. And it was really nice. It was like lemon minty drink, a lot like the green tea I'll drink. But with like a bit of a mild gin aftertaste. It was good. I liked it. I'm slowly becoming more of a drinker. But because I'm not huge on it, I don't think I'll ever be I don't think I'll ever be drunk. I don't think that'll ever happen to me. But I'm happy that I've at least found drinks that I like now that I can enjoy. I find that I like cider because it doesn't really taste like alcohol. If you get a good brand anyway. The problem with cider is it's my own hang-up. I associate cider with the disruptive low class. And what I mean by that is, like, chavs and just kind of thuggish idiot people. Cider's the kind of drink that I, like, they seem to drink. And because of that, it puts me off it. It's kind of like, I think Americans don't like Blue Ribbon. Like, Blue Ribbon is like that kind of thing as well. Some people legitimately like it, but it tends to be associated with, like, the worst people. Which is why people don't, so it's like, people don't drink it because of the association. I have that kind of thing with cider. Because it's like, I like it, but it wouldn't be something I'd kind of drink proudly. If you know what I mean. Stout, on the other hand, I think is really nice. And I also like how it's like, you drink one, and that's enough. And that's what I want. Like, typically speaking, if I'm drinking, I want one. I want it to be enjoyable. You know? Are you talking about that day with the WKD where I had one, where Bex and whatnot? I wasn't drunk, man. I was hyper that day anyway. That's what it like. That wasn't me drunk. People kept saying I was drunk, but I really wasn't. I was just hyper, and people weren't used to seeing me that way. I don't drink alcohol at all. I'm not too standing up. I mean, to be honest, like, it took me a long time to drink alcohol. So when have I been drunk then? But yeah, it took me a long time to start drinking alcohol. I've tried a few. I tried mead, specifically because of the, like, fantasy association. Like, I mean, shit, look at what I drink out of. Like, I drink out of this, I've got that, like, old-school-looking flagon that you see me drink out of. I am a fucking dork. So, of course, the first thing I tried was mead. Where are we going? But, now I've tried a bunch of stuff. I used to drink Alka-Pops, but I drank them purely because it's like I could stomach them, and that's what people did, they drank. But as soon as I hit the drinking age, like, people started giving me alcohol. And I just... I never really liked it. So, nah, no hate for me. No, I don't look down on you at all. In fact, I admire people that don't drink. Because, quite frankly, I was that for years. And it's really fucking annoying. Because there is a gigantic cultural push for you to drink. And every culture has this. There's this... Well, at least every culture that I have any knowledge of. There's like this giant push to drink. As soon as you hit the legal age, you need to be slowly destroying your liver and killing yourself with alcohol every weekend, like on a regular basis. And I just think it's shit. You know, especially if you don't like it. There's so many people who are like, oh yeah, I'm a social drug. Ah, yeah, we're not going that way. No. Is it gonna fly off? Wait a minute. So yeah, like, I admire people that don't drink because that was me for years, and I'm still less of a drinker. It annoys me when I go out with people because there's always that one drinker who isn't happy drinking unless the people around them are also drinking. One of my uncles is like that, and he's really fucking annoying with it. He's not happy drinking unless he's drinking with other people. It's like other people drink. Yeah,
Let's try not to get eaten, shall we?
Let's try not to fight it, shall we? No, we're not ready for that. We are not ready for that. Alright, I'm remembering controls again now. Yeah, I thought the dragon was in the other location, but yeah, we're not. Horse, get back here. We're not ready for that. Later on, yes, and we're totally bringing Iron Bull with us. But no, it is annoying. It was on Xbox Live years ago. Wait, I was drunk on Xbox Live? When? I didn't even drink at that time. Yeah, I know I contributed to that 1 year as well. But no, it's like, it's the go-to present for you where people just buy you JD and you never have to buy it. You're probably sick of JD at this point. Are you actually sick of JD, or do you still actually enjoy it? Did it put you off? But no, it's like, it is annoying when you're out with somebody and they expect you to drink. Like me, I'll have one and I'll fucking sit on it for most of the night and then I'll finish it. You know, and I don't like anything else. Like, I'm glad that pubs are starting to serve coffee and things now. It's really nice to see. I found out about that, like, a few months back. Like, pubs actually serve coffee now. Thank fucking Christ for that. Because the only options are alcohol that kills you slowly, or fucking Coke and shit like that kills you slowly. Either you're ruining your liver or you're ruining your teeth. It's like, yeah. There's no other options. And it's like, I'm more health conscious now than I've ever been. I've been really fat. I've spent most of my life fat. I've lost weight, and I now eat healthier than the majority of people I know. In fact, I know that I'm probably quite annoying with it at this point, but I've learned so much about nutrition that I don't... It's impossible to turn that bit of my brain off now. When I look at food, I look at purely in terms of its nutritional value, then followed by taste. And there's a lot of shit that I used to enjoy that I don't enjoy anymore because it has a different effect on my body, because I'm not used to eating that kind of shit. Pizza being one of them. It's too much gluten in it, and I'm gluten sensitive. I'm not allergic, it's not going to kill me, but I am gluten sensitive, so what happens is it bogs me down like crazy. It makes me feel like shit, and that lasts for like a day or two before I'm normal again. So I'll have one occasionally just to remind myself, but yeah, it's like, I can't eat it. Without, you know, suffering the effects. And then there's stuff where I used to like, where it's like, I can't enjoy this anymore because as I'm eating it, all I'm thinking of is how shit it is for me. And it's like, it's got no nutritional value, so why the hell would I eat this? Even if I like it, when I can eat something else that I also enjoy, that's going to have more of a nutritional value for me. You know, not only am I going to enjoy it, but it's going to fill me for longer, and it's going to be better for me. And it's really fucking difficult to turn that part of my brain right now. And I know I'm probably annoying with it. I still love drinking JD. The problem is people think I go through a bottle super quick, but one bottle normally just lasts about a year at me. I mostly donate though.
I spent some time in Kirkwall.
That must have been fun.
You could say that.
Alright, we found the way. Let's give a little bit of a savey save. We're not fighting a dragon just yet. This place is a hell of a lot nicer than Hype. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that the Stone Close is probably my favourite location in this game, because I love this setting. This kind of environment. Like, if I was walking around here, I would be so happy. Obviously, minus the dragons and bandits and crazed fucking, like, Templars and shit. But, wolves. Imagine, minus that shit. But this kind of environment, I'm in my element here. I love this kind of, this kind of location. I think it's absolutely stunning. And walking in rain like this, in, like, this kind of environment, is just heaven to me. So yeah, this is probably my favorite location in the game in terms of, like, you know, basic open world section. So I'm happy to be here instead of the hinterlands, boring ass generic low, like, flatland forest. You should figure out something to do with all the bottles. You could make sculptures and things. That looks like something I could claim, but apparently I can't. Also, that looks like a camp back there, doesn't it? Oh, there's a beer. There's a beer. I don't want to take on the beer just yet. I am going to dismount, though. I feel better walking around off the horse purely because I can do this. Yeah, look what I'm missing. No, I don't want a horse. Oh my god, Elder Scrolls Online is so much better than this. You just press H to horse, that's it. I like if reading leveled me up, that would have been funny. Where's the dwarf? There's the dwarf. I bet you there's something I can click on here. No? No, okay, well, I'm glad we're not actually betting. I usually tell people don't buy me more, but they still do. I kind of want to buy you JD this year just to piss you off. We should take on the dragon at some point. Do they have different levels, or are they all about the same level? Because if they have different levels, we might be able to take on one of the easier ones. I don't think the one in the hinterlands is the easiest. I actually think that's one of the hardest, isn't it? Or am I wrong? That fucking background noise, man. Oof. Oof. It's up there, isn't it? Come on. Come on. Yep. Yep. No. Get up. Get up. Get your fat ass up. Come on, I could climb up this better. Come on, you shit mage. Right, let's try that again where it doesn't kill us. Alright, Skyrim horse. Let's go. There we go. Skyrim horse does it. There we go. Thank you, Skyrim horse. Last time I was drinking, I was watching the second episode of Lord of the Rings TV series. Oh god, that would make you drink though, wouldn't it? It's the only way to get through it. Oh shit, I forgot to look into this. I was talking with Robert before, and he told me about this authors. Like the best authors. And like J.K. Rowling was like really, really high. And Tolkien was really, really low. I know people who would cause war crimes over that shit, man. I know people that basically worship Tolkien. Right. Fuck me. Okay. I'm not even bothering with this bullshit. DAI. Storm Coast. Bloody bloody blah. This kind of shit I hate in video games. I don't enjoy them. I don't think they're fun. I don't feel rewarded for completing them. They're just something that I do because that's what you're supposed to do. Because I'm a completionist for the most part. Maybe not when I'm streaming, but when I'm playing a game normally I am. What the fuck is this? What one is... Wait, am I looking at the same... I am looking at that one. Fuck me. What? This one is one? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Where's 19? Oh. 19. What? 20? 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. There's no 29. Have I fucked it? I think I fucked it. Ah. No. No, even when following a guide, I fucked it. Even when following a guide, I fucked it. The author of Harry Potter, what? Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I like Harry Potter, and I don't like Lord of the Rings. But I respect Lord of the Rings and what Tolkien did a hell of a lot more than I respect Harry Potter. It's like, Harry Potter is one of the best, like, fantasy things from the modern age. You could be argued that she's the modern Tolkien, but fuck me. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna find a YouTube video of it, because this is, I swear to Christ, I hate these things. This isn't fun. Same with the stupid sliding puzzles from the other game. Like, it's not... It's just not fun. It has never been fun. It will never be fun. It is pure fucking busy work. But yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up in a minute, because that blows my goddamn mind. Alright, let's try this again, shall we? I can't fuck it up watching someone else. Is this the right one? Alright, that's the right one. Ready? Ready? Okay. Click on this one? This one. No? Ah, okay. That one. That one. That one. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Over here. I don't. If I rewind it, I fuck it up because. Wait, this one. Okay. If I rewind it, see, this one's doing it differently. If I rewind it, I lose my place. So I've got to make sure I keep up. So this is like Twitch goddamn shooting action, you know? I've got to have those reaction times. Like a fucking pro gamer. Look at this. Oh, they're speeding up now. Fucking pro gamer. I got to do it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these iframes. Huh? Look at these skills. 360 no scope, as the kids say. I amuse myself, at least. Alright. They're stopped now. They're not sure. Alright, there we go. Next one. Good. You're doing it. Oh, what a champion. What's next? What? Okay. Woo! We did it! It's a fucking... I don't know. It's that. Yay. I am going to give you a thumbs up. Duchess136. Well done to you. I have to look this up multiple times through the years, and still for every playthrough, I can't remember how to do it and come back here 9 months ago. Thank you, these extra stars were killing me. The Maker smiles upon you, friend. That was such a pain, thanks. Nobody likes this shit. Nobody actually enjoys this bullshit. And if you enjoy a puzzle game, play a fucking puzzle game. Don't play RPGs. Mother of fuck. I hate these things. They're not... No, they're not fun. Use 100... I mean, Craig, I'm not using 100% of my brain. We'll die if I use 100% of my brain. I'm like Shaggy. I only show people like 10% of my power. Any more than that, I'm like, the world is at risk. I like the world too much to put it at risk. The world can't handle 100% of my brain. I can barely handle 10% of it. Did you fail? It's a walking tree with legs. I mean, yeah, I suppose so. We have those, but they don't have like massive Medusa hair, so I don't know. I don't know. What's down here? Wardens the coast. All right, let's do this quest. Let's save the wardens. Huzzah! But it's a nice area. It's a nice area. It's better than the hinterlands. We're not in the hinterlands. Okay. Like, this game is pretty awesome. Like, there's when we get to Skyreach and we're doing dialogue and shit like that, it's pretty fucking cool. It's pretty fucking cool. Like, there are some awesome, like, proper RPG fun moments, you know? And then there's the open world Ubisoft busywork sections in which you run around clicking on things and taking down bandit camps. It's like, But, because I'm a completionist and I have to do all the things, I have to do all the things. I can't just say, no, I don't want to do the things. Like, I have to do the things. The things are there, they're in front of me. But you don't enjoy the things. Why do the things when you don't enjoy them? Because if I don't do them, the game might punish me later on by fucking me over. Mass Effect 2. You know. So I have to do the things. If I don't do the things, then I get fucked over. I don't know whether that's how it works here, but I'm not putting it to... What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Signs of the Wardens. We can only handle those Skyrim Dragon puzzles. I mean, shit, dude. Those puzzles, like, what? I have no idea why those puzzles exist. Because they are so stupid. There is no reason for them to exist. In fact, I even think, if I remember correctly, there's a section in Elder Scrolls Online where they actually take the piss on how fucking easy the Skyrim puzzles are. It's kind of funny. Where the balls am I supposed to go here? Like, what am I looking for? I'm looking for dead people, I imagine. But it's like, it's a great example. It's like, puzzles are either a pain in the ass, they're annoying, and they stop me from progressing, or they're so fucking brain-dead easy that they're annoying, and all they do is stop me from progressing. It's like, it's the same outcome either way. I will admit, though, there are one or two of those Skyrim puzzles I've had to... Oh, look, it's a face. Look. Looks like somebody just punched him. Like, right there, like... It's a face. Looks like the new Pokemon. But it's like... What's it? Yeah, like, embarrassing to say, but I have actually had to look up, like, guides for a few of these puzzles in Skyrim. There are a few of them that, like, made me scratch my head. I'm an idiot, in case this hasn't been established already. I can just talk in such a way that makes me seem far more intelligent than I actually am. That's literally it. Right, well, fuck this. Let's go to camp. I'm gonna drink a potion because I will kill myself here if I don't. Yeah. I'm looking forward to playing Exploding Kittens this week. Is it bad that I might buy the expansion when I get paid? I mean, I'm not surprised at all, man. Like, I really want to buy Cards Against Humanity, like a few of those packs, because I love that game. Because I'm an... How would you best describe my sense of humor? Like, when I'm not on the internet and I'm in person, where I can actually speak fucking freely without the risk of pissing off the wrong people and being silenced completely. I'm a bit of like an edgy boy, old school internet guy. Like, I've never been on 4chan, but basically 4chan. I'm a bit of an edgy boy. I make offensive jokes. You're not allowed to do that anymore. In fact, jokes in general are offensive unless you're attacking the right people. But yeah, it's like Cards Against Humanity's my shit, man. It's just a... And the thing with games like that is you've got to know the sense of humor of the people you're playing with. Because, like, if you're like, what's going to work on me? What's going to work on me is edgy humor and puns. What's not going to work on me is crass jokes. Like, so-and-so, you know, suck someone off. Okay, cool. That's not going to work on me. But stupid dad joke puns and, like, edgy, offensive shit, that's gonna work on me. But I know... I found the trail. I found the trail. I've got the scent. Let's sniff him out. But obviously, I know people who, like... I know someone who would find the crass humor very funny. So, whilst I don't find it very funny myself... I'd still play that kind of joke because I know somebody who will find that kind of joke funny. It's one of those. Like I imagine, I know you've commented that you're kind of bad at those games. I think you're bad at those games because your sense of humor is very random, chaotic, and silly. You're like as I say, you're basically Sheogorath. And I don't think a lot of people share that sense of humor. It works for you because it's just part of your personality, and we know you and we love you, so it works for you. It's purely because it's you that's delivering that joke. But I think if it wasn't you, it wouldn't be as effective. It's one of those. So maybe that's why you find it difficult to play those games. I know you commented on that before. I will fail badly against cards again. Yeah. I don't even know what I got there. I looked away as I looted. I don't even know what's here. I just saw a cave. I'm like, oh, let's do that. That is a high-level speeder. Holy shit. Guys, what do you... Help me with the speeder, for fuck's sake. Look, it's running away. Oh, you're not so brave now that you're not in your... Oh! Fucking... Come here, you prick. This game has a lot of dark caves and no torch or something. I mean, yeah, it's a shame that I can't take that one with me. I can only carry torches with me if they're blue. This game is racist to torches. Fucking die already. Right, ooh. Let's see, I don't... Oh shit, did we unlock the camp? That's the question, isn't it? Because if we didn't unlock the camp, I've just fucked myself. Right, let's unlock the camp first. Ooh, what's that? No, no. Let's before we move on with that, let's actually unlock the camp first, because that would be the smart thing to do. And as we've established, I'm not very smart, but I have my moments. I'm not being a dumbass, and I'm like needing to walk all the way. What? Why are the seagulls floating? Who developed this game? Game Freak? Right, Right, let's before we do that, let's go and unlock this camp because we don't want to be a dumbass. Sometimes I just freeze in place. Okay.
Not a bad spot to camp.
I noticed that. Thank you. I really want to know the story about me being drunk on Xbox Live, though. I really don't remember that. Because as far as I'm aware, I've never been drunk in my life. I'm aware of one moment where people say that I'm drunk, but it was literally just me hyper. And you've seen me hyper, like when we've gamed on a Sunday, and I've been in one of those moods. It's obvious, and it ain't drink. That's me running on my pure energy. Caffeine doesn't even have that effect on me. Like, I've often joked, imagine what I would be like if I actually, like, did do some form of drug. Well, I suppose caffeine is a drug, and I do that, so... I suppose you could argue Lemon Balm has an effect on my mood, so, yeah. Be a hardcore gamer, do the cave. We are doing the cave. I'm just making sure that I've got a fucking thing here. And it's not in case I die. It's so I have a place to teleport to if this puts me in a place that I don't want to be. It's using my brain. My brain.
You know, I met the Arashok.
Oh, the old one. Man, he had an impressive rack.
He did.
The new Arashok doesn't have horns at all. Usually means they're destined for something special.
Interesting!
The only thing they seem to have in common is a tendency to burn things.
That pretty much sums up the Antam, yes.
Interesting. Now, I modded Dragon Age Origins when we played it to give Sten the proper Qunari look. However, the Qunari, the default Sten, also didn't have horns. And I suppose you could say he was already destined for great things because of the Blight. And I'm wondering if the current one, through that comment, is actually Sten. Did Sten basically get promoted? That's the thing, yeah, Sten, my man, leading the Qunari now. That's what I'm wondering. Is that the case? Because if that's the case, that's fucking awesome. I tell you what I want to hear from as well, Shale. We do not hear from Shale at all. Like, post-Dragon Age Origins, Shale is just gone. The last we heard from her, she was going to Winter to try and, like, find a cure for her golemness. And I'm wondering what actually happens to her. I can kind of, like, the next game, Dragon Age 4, the next game is set into Winter. So if there's any time to see her, it's then. And part of me is like, oh god, are they going to turn her into a... Oh god, are they going to turn her into, like, just a boss? Because you know if somebody, if a Tevinter soldier sees something like Tevinter Magister sees something like that, the first thing they're going to want to do is find that fucking power for themselves. And you know that's true. The first thing that Tevinter Magister is going to want to do is be able to create golem servants like that. The next thing they're going to want to do is control Sten. And they're pretty powerful. One actually might be able to do that. Yeah, right, revival. We're going to apply that, and we're going to apply it here. No, wait. Ugh. Right. I want it there. There we go. There we go. I've got the ability to res people now. Fantasmy dozy. You know, considering how this game ends, I'm not spoiling anything right now, that actually might be the case. Because one of the people that we end up working for, who will be my future boyfriend in this playthrough, is going to be, is a Tevinter. And he's not a bastard. He's actually one of the most, like, legitimately good people on your team. He's not a bastard in, like, any way. And if you don't romance him, he actually ends up having a romance with Iron Bull, which is a Qunari. And as we talked about before, the Tevinter Imperium and the Qun have been at war for a long time. We get a little bit of bit of knowledge on that through Fenris in Dragon Age 2. So yeah, I could see like Romeo and fucking Juliet in terms of Iron Bull and Dorian actually leading a kind of rebellion I can see that happening, which is kind of neat. Ooh, that's... that one. It will be kind of cool. Yeah. I'm curious to see what the player character is going to be. Is it going to be carried over from this game? Because I can see that happening. It will be really weird, considering how connected this game is to Dragon Age 4, to have another protagonist. Or are they going to do a Mass Effect thing and actually carry over a protagonist, rather than kind of like have side mentions of them? Because we hear about the Faolan in this game, and we also hear about Hawk. Again, I'm not going to spoil in what ways, but we'll find out soon enough. But we do hear about them. We do see one of them as well, and it ain't the hero for Elden. We do see Hawk, but it's not a direct transfer. Couldn't be with mods anyway. But yeah, it is interesting. Of course, considering what company this is, I can't see the next Dragon Age game being very good. I hope I'm wrong, but we'll see. So, yeah. To be fair, I didn't play this one for a long time. Like, after Dragon Age 2 and the way EA was getting, I didn't bother with Inquisition. I remember when I got it, I was when all the DLC was out and everything else was in order. And I finally decided, hey, let's give it a go. So, yeah. So, I might end up doing the same thing with the new one. Yeah, showing the hero for Elden here is hard since there are so many outcomes in Origins. That's probably why they shied away from that as well in the future games, because if they're going to have a continuous narrative that brings a character back, doing that kind of thing is very, very difficult. Unlike the A2, yeah, they're going to have, like, in order to do that, they're going to have to, like, craft multiple different characters with multiple different backstories that... And they're going to have to, like, craft scenes like that the vast majority of players will just not see. It's like, for me, I would see Human Warrior, Noble, Mage, Human Mage, and Dwarf Rogue, Commoner. Like, that's what I would see. And even then, mostly just Human Mage, because that's the majority of my playthroughs in Origins. Because I can't play like that in any of the other games. Whereas with Warriors and Rogues have a better play experience, especially Rogues have a better play experience in later games. Mages don't, because Origins Mage is the best mage. I'm just exploring up here. I'm curious about what might be around here. So I tend to play Mage just knowing what I'll lose later on down the line. Like, if I want to play a Warrior, I can always change my mind. Ooh. I don't know what this is. Are we being here? Is there any way in here? Is there anybody in there? Hello?
Let's not linger here too long.
What? We've only just got here. Are you feeling a bit nervous, my friend? Oh. Warrior in Inquisition is pretty great. Yeah, I played one last time. Do you know what the funny thing is? It actually, do you know, like, I don't know whether you use Facebook, but it does this thing where it's like, on this day, so many years ago. It actually posted my character from the PlayStation version. I guess this is associated with a quest later on down the line. Okay. Well, we found the thing. Let's see if we can do that. But yeah, Warrior in Inquisition's pretty fun. I did play one last time I played. I've not played Rogue yet, and I've not played Warrior in 2, and I've not played Rogue in Inquisition. I've played all of them in Origins. Alright, let's save the game and see how well we do here. Probably not very. Dragon, you can fuck off for a while. Alright then, let's stab a few people. With magic. That's talking about rogues. Alright. Now, as long as I'm not the first one to go down, I might actually be able to fucking res people. So, as long as we keep the most important person around alive, we're good. Can I use the tree as a shield? I can't use the tree as a shield. Where's Varric? Yeah. Why does Varric get fucking, like, dogpiled all the time? But no, like, it would be unreasonable to want, like, to expect the Warden to show up again. Which is fair enough. There's no way of them doing it without it being a disappointment. Is, like, the main reason. There's no way. It's not gonna happen. Hawk! Hawk is more streamlined, so they can show them. Like, as much as I complained about, like, how limiting Mass Effect is, especially the first one, you know, like, I'll never play Male Shepherd because the beard options are shit, and I cannot play a male character without a beard. Like, it's unless would you leave me the fuck alone? Unless the character is like inhuman, non-mammalian, like reptilian or insectoid or avian or something like that. Like, I can't play a human character without a beard. And even then, if it's like reptilian, I want a fucking like iguana-style lizard like beard, you know? I want something like that. What the fuck is that coming from? Oh, look, I'm just standing here, don't worry about me. What is that? I do have a dispel spell on me. I've not used it, but I have it. I should be using it, but as we've established, I'm a dumbass. Yeah. Tell you what, it's getting cold around here now. Hence the way I'm dressed. I have my heating button next to me to put the heating on, but I don't want to use it unless I have to. When the new demons come from the rift, you can use it to step at least one from. Oh, cool. Okay, cool. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Thank you. Right, this way is a dragon, isn't it? Yeah, that way was the dragon. Okay, let's go back to camp and see what this bullshit is about. Shards of... Oh, it's a shard. Okay. Well, that... Yeah, I think the shards are probably something I should do between streams if we're going to do that. The wardens on the coast is annoying. Do I need to... No, I don't need to bring because I've already found one. Right, well, let's go back up there again. Oh, I keep doing it. Let's go back up there again, have a wander around, and see if we can find where the fuck we're supposed to go for that. Because we found one here. So all we need to do is we need to get our asses back up there, and we need to beep the button as much as possible until we get the right signal. I don't like ignoring a quest marker that I can do. But yeah, like, this is a slow game, man. Like, comparing this to Origins, Like, how many bits of dialogue have we got into, you know? And how many things could I comment on and, like, joke about and go into lore and shit? And then we've got this game where it's, like, wander around an environment for hours on end. Yeah, I mean, at least with Dragon Age 2, I can take the piss out of the stupid dialogue and the way the enemies pop in out of nowhere. It's like, but here there's just wander around completing Ubisoft quests. It's a shame. It was on a separate island, but you're not getting across to it anytime for a while. Okay. I think I remember that one. The Storm Dragon or something like that. It's connected to Varric's quest, isn't it? You need to go for like a cave system in order to get to it.
Surely even you see, Iron Bull, that freedom is preferable to mindless obedience to the Qun.
How so? Last I checked, our mages weren't burning down Faolan.
You think Orlais and Ferelden would be better off under Qunari rule?
Not really my call. I think most people everywhere have a system that works for them. When that breaks, you fix it, like we're doing now.
Do not equivocate. Would we or would we not be better under the Qun?
It's not that simple, Solus.
It absolutely is.
It is, yeah. If you're enforcing what truth is, how things should be, under your unquestionable order, it is that simple. It really is. Like, I do have some elements of respect for the Qun, because you can't deny that. Like, this isn't China. This isn't Russia. You can't deny that there are aspects of the Qun, at least from what we've seen, that is actually pretty fucking successful. There's a level of order and knowledge of what your place is. Like, minus a lot of, like, you know, it doesn't have the same level of bullshit that a lot of the other cultures have. There is something to be said of the brutal order of the Qun. Like, legitimately. There is something to be said of it. And Qunari tend to be outside of the warriors. But keep in mind, who are all warrior representatives of this? You know, you've got Cassandra, who isn't the most reasonable. Outside of the warriors that we met in Dragon Age 2, the Qunari tend to be kind of reasonable, for the most part. You just got to understand what their mentality is. And once you understand what their mentality is, like, there's a logic to it. The problem is that ultimately it comes down to freedom versus security. The Qun has chosen security above all else. Even if that security means that we have to be brutal dictatorship bastards a lot of the time, ultimately, that's what they've chosen. They've chosen security over anything else. As a culture, not as people, obviously, but as a culture, they've chosen security. Whereas other cultures are more free. But every culture has a level of order. Because we need order. Like, I've had this conversation over, like, freedom of speech shit. Like, ultimately, I am a believer of, like, freedom of speech. Like, freedom of speech is the single most important right we have. Without that, we lose everything. When a dictatorship, when a government wants to get rid of your rights, the first thing they will go after is freedom of speech. Because if questioning the powerful is hate, is wrong, is discriminatory, they can just push on in like a goddamn tsunami and get rid of every single one of your rights. It is slower, all the collecting. Iron Bull belief in the Qun is not that solid. Oh yeah, totally. That's the thing about Iron Bull though. He is reasonable. He does have a conscience. He is a good person. And with his mercenaries, he's had freedom. Ultimately, he's been left to do whatever the fuck he wants to do, so long as the Qunari, the Qun, gets what is ordered of him. And as a mercenary, that's basically what you do anyway. He has had a taste of freedom that is larger than most people under the Qun have. And when you have that sense of freedom, you start to see things with a little bit more depth and emotion than the Qun allows. And you can tell in his response to Solus there that he's saying it's not that simple, because quite frankly, to me, the voice acting there suggests that he feels trapped. He knows how dogmatic the Coon is. He knows what they do if he went against them. He knows he's a small fish in a large pond full of sharks. He's in a terrible position that he doesn't want to be in. And you can see, even at this moment, he's questioning. But yeah, there is something to be said of the Coon. Like the guy in the Arashok in Dragon Age 2 kind of had a point. Kirkwall was a fucking mess. It was a fucking mess, and every single human society is a fucking mess. Now, we've not seen the Qunari society to really see the nuance of it, much like with Tevinter, but what we have seen from the Qunari, it's not a mess. The mess when dealing with the Qunari comes with their, like, dogmatic lawful order versus the freedoms of other societies. You know, so you can understand where he's coming from when you come from Parvelan, and everything has its place, everything is reliable, and then you come to a human culture or a dwarven, like, fuck, imagine Qunari seeing the dwarven society. Jesus Christ, Game of Thrones, eat your heart out. It would look like hell on earth. Madness. But yeah. So it's not. This is not like China or Russia or other forms of like South Korea, or is it South Korea or North Korea? It's North Korea, isn't it? I actually can't remember. Apologies. The Kim Jong one. You know the one I'm talking about. It's not like this communist dictatorship fucking hellhole. You know. From what we've seen of it, it's what these cultures want to think they are. Because that's the thing. If the Qunari society was just that, then they'd be the bad guys. They'd be as easy to hate as Tevinter is. Because that's ultimately... Like, Tevinter is basically... Because Tevinter is... Actually, that's kind of an ironic point, really, when I think about it. Tevinter is essentially fascism, and the Qunari are basically communism. You know, and we've seen how obviously blatantly evil the fascist society of Tevinter is, but there is more to be said of the communist society. Or maybe that's just my own politics. Like, I'm not a communist, but on paper, communism actually sounds pretty good. The problem with communism is people's greed comes into it, and it's not a structure that can actually work, because people are corruptible, and in a society set up with communism, it is very, very easy for a single individual to fuck up the whole thing by being a corrupt piece of shit, essentially. And that's what happens every single time.
Moved on. They're searching for someone.
On warden business, maybe?
It sounds nice on paper until the fantasy goes away and you see the reality of dealing with people.
Whoever the wardens are seeking, he's led them away from here.
But, again, like, this is something I like about this world. This is something I actually really like about the Qunari, because they're so unique. I can sit here and I can talk about this kind of thing, and admittedly a very surface level, because I'm not intelligent or knowledgeable enough to really go into it in proper detail. But what I like about this game is its worlds can lead you to talk to things like that. Its cultures can lead you to talk to things like that. It is legitimately interesting. It is legitimately, like, there's depth there. And it's not depth in the same level that the Elder Scrolls series has depth. Like, the Elder Scrolls series actually has a lot of depth, but you'll only really find it in, like, the books. and past the surface, because the surface of the Elder Scrolls series is extremely shallow and dumb and brain dead. However, there is, past the surface, there is actually a lot of depth to the Elder Scrolls series that is really fucking fun. Once you know it, it does improve your enjoyment of the series. But in the Dragon Age series, that depth is right there. It's not hidden. You don't have to go searching for it. It's right there. And that's something that they've only got better at over the years. Like, as much as I adore Dragon Age Origins, it's generic. Its story is generic. And as much as I hate the stupid jump the shark moments in Dragon Age 2, the black and white thinking of Dragon Age 2, I've talked about this before, there's depth to it that Dragon Age Origins just it wasn't as on the surface. Dragon Age Origins had depth, but it wasn't as obvious as later entries, if you know what I mean, in terms of plot writing. I played Bioshock, and it had another example of over-capitalist society, and it's the same. One man spoiled everything. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I think the way it works is, like, communism is extremely easy for one person to fuck everything up. I don't think capitalism is as easy for one person to fuck up, but it very much is possible, and we can see it in the real world right now. One man or one... It typically... In communism, it's typically one person or one family. In capitalism, it's a handful of people. Or a few families. Typically speaking. That really control everything. And it happens. Like, that's the thing. Like, capitalism needs regulation. I don't think communism can work. But I think capitalism can. But it needs to be heavily regulated. You know, because people will do the most scummy, like, criminal shit they possibly can in order to make just a tiny bit more money. And they'll push and push and push and push and push and push and push. And eventually the ballpark, like, the goalpost will be moved and things will get worse and worse and worse and worse. We can actually see a lot of this in the gaming industry right now. So yeah, like, you're right. It is one person that fucked it up as well. I think we can see this in the real world. So I don't think either system really works. I think in terms of realism, capitalism has a better track record. But because societies under capitalism don't crumble as quickly and, like, completely as societies under communism. But to say that people don't suffer under capitalism is complete bullshit. There is a lot of suffering. A lot of fucking suffering. But unfortunately, I think the reality is it doesn't matter what system we set up. The key factor is people. And people, certain people, will always find a way to exploit the system and get ahead every single time. Capitalism with elements of socialism. 100%. Yeah, 100%. That's the best way. Yeah, 100%. People need freedom. They need freedom to make their own choices. They need freedom to say what they think without, you know... It's like, I hate the line, oh, you're free to to say what you want, but you're not free from consequences. And, like, then that's not freedom. If you're going to lose your job, if you're going to be, like, ostracized, if you're going to be imprisoned, then you don't have freedom of speech. Like, freedom of speech is defending the right for people to say shit that you personally find to be abhorrent. Because if you don't believe in that, you don't believe in freedom of speech. Like, that's the thing. Like, people can say the worst shit. Like, I think my only caveat to that is actual incitement of violence. Not, people may hear that and do something bad. Like, no, because that's literally everything. No, like legitimately directing people to cause harm to other people. Again, but then there's caveats to that, because was like, oh, these people are doing harm to my business, and you're directing them to do that. It's like, yeah, but your business is fucking skinning dogs alive. Like, I'm using an extreme example, but you know what I mean. It's like, sure, it's bringing harm to you, but it's bringing harm to you because you're bringing harm to others. But then it comes down to people's perspective of what brings harm. Words can bring harm. So if words can bring harm, and you're not allowed to incite harm, not allowed to incite violence, then you're not allowed to speak because that speech brings harm. So again, you've got to be so careful with these things, because again, like I've said, like somebody will always find a way around something. So any system to be a bastard. So if you put restrictions on free speech, somebody will weasel a way around it to do something to get their way. Whether that's being a gigantic bastard or censoring speech. And the Qun does not allow, to bring it back to Dragon Age Origins, the Qun does not allow that. The Qun doesn't have freedom. It's like you've even said, like, they have the freedom to choose to die, or their rightful place. Well, that's not a choice.
I am glad of it.
Really? No sarcasm? No superior attitude?
We live in a dark and angry time, child of the stone. So much of what people believe has come crashing down. If you bring them a little peace with the worlds you make between the pages, you have done more than most.
I like that, by the way. I like that. That's a really great line by Solus, and that's the kind of shit that really makes me like Solus. It's like, it's true. Like, people say, oh, why are you wasting your time playing video games? Why are you wasting your time reading comics? Why are you wasting your time, like, watching this television show or whatever? It's like, because people enjoy it. They enjoy their music, they enjoy their shows, they enjoy their games, they enjoy their reading, they enjoy their comics and shit like that. That's why people do them, because people enjoy it. The world is shit, has always been shit, and will always be shit. Let people have a little bit of fun. You know? Give them an escape for a little bit. As long as they don't get trapped in that and never leave, it's actually healthy to have an escape. And this idea to constantly be doing things that are worthy of your time is only going to burn you out. I'm in a talkative mood today. But no, it's like, again, that's what I like about Dragon Age Origins. We can actually go into like a mildly political, philosophical, like, chat with this kind of thing. Not Dragon Age series with this kind of thing. And that's what the Qun comes into. Because you've seen how well the Qun works. Legitimately. It's like an ant nest or a wasp hive, a beehive. It works. You cannot dispute that ants are one of the most successful, like, efficient, brilliant creatures on this planet. They do what they do fucking well. They don't have freedom. They don't really have personalities. They are born with a specific purpose in mind. They fulfill that purpose and then they die. That's it. A lot of people will argue that's not a life, that's just existence. Now you give that, I'm not a communist, but my grandparents lived under it. But behind Red Lyrian caves, you take boat your dragon. Okay, cool. Yeah, I remember that. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I imagine you would have, they would have some stories to share with you about what that would be like. And I imagine they'd have a very interesting perspective on it. Because again, I've been lucky to be in England, and we have a problem with freedom of speech that's been getting worse over the years. But I thankfully never lived in that kind of environment. So, yeah. I do kind of get irritated with a lot of modern discourse where everything is very black and white. Because the fact is, it isn't. Very few things are black and white. and even things that are extremely dark and extremely bright, you can find something in those things where it's like in certain circumstances it's not as dark as you're thinking, in certain circumstances it's not as bright as you think. And again, people always bring up the same two things. There's child predators, and then there's, you know, should we say human, like adult predators. And yeah, obviously they're the ones where it's like, okay, yeah, there's no defending that shit. You know, but the fact that you have to go to an extremes with that shows you that it's the exception that proves the rule. Like when we're talking about politics and how people view the world and shit like that, there's nuance to everything, especially when it comes down to the fact that it's like, I think that's the quest line, isn't it? Or it's one of them. But especially when it comes down to the fact that it's like nobody's like sits on this planet, twirls the mustache, and goes, I am going to be the most evil motherfucker in the world. Like, nah. People who have some of the most disgusting opinions out there, doesn't matter whatever pops in your head when they say that, people who have some of the most disgusting opinions in the world believe that they're right. And the most interesting thing is getting down to why they think they're right. Because a lot of the time, their motives are the same. They want what's best for the world. They want what's best for their children. They want what's best, what they think is going to be healthier for people. Now, we can't go through there just yet. That's what they want. And they have processed what they've experienced in their life, what their environment has been, what they've been brought up being told, a mixture of nature and nurture, environment, upbringing, personal experience, and just what you're predisposed to by genetics. Because genetics do play a part. But, and they will land to a complete opposite perspective on something than someone else, but the reasoning for that, the reason why they consider this to be a good thing, will be coming from the same place as the other person. They've just landed on the complete opposite perspective. Well, people are just so quick to go, you're a monster. And especially now on the age of the internet, man, it's insane. It's like, shit, I have hardline opinions. I do. I don't share as many of them online anymore, but I do have hardline opinions. But I at least try and see things from the opposite side. Yeah, Dragon's pissed off at this point, I guess. So yeah, we won't see that for a while. The life had its pros and cons. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, nobody wants to hear that something like that has pros. Unless you are, should we say, like a Western... well, not a Western. You are like a communist. You believe in communism whilst never actually having to live in the society. But yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much the answer I expected. Like, yeah, it has pros and cons, because that is like kind of everything. I want to know a lot of the time where people get to, like, why do the Qunari believe what they believe? What is the reason? How did they get to where they are? How did their culture get to that? And the same thing for Tevinter. How the hell did Tevinter get to that place? Like, an example of this is oh fuck, my inventory's full. Fuck. All right, we're gonna have to sort a few things out, aren't we? All right, let's dump something useless. Yeah, let's destroy that. Okay. Because that actually looks pretty good. It's like, yeah, how did these other cultures get to where they are, you know? Like, we have an idea of the Free Marches. The Free Marches were a bunch of, like, independent city-states. And Kirkwall used to be a hub for Kirkwall used to be a massive Tevinter slave operation. So because of their past, you'll find that a lot of Tevinters are extremely hardline independent. A lot of free marchers, extremely hardline independent. They will let nobody tell them anything. And that has resulted in a very, very chaotic society. But it's a society full on freedom, which made it the best place for like that kind of story of freedom versus order. Because that's ultimately what Dragon Age 2 was in its entirety. It was extreme freedom versus extreme order. We need order. We need a level of order. If we don't have order, it is chaos. The most shittiest, like, the people with as few morals as possible will always be the ones to get at the top. If we don't have order. Like, the most chaotic, fucking broken person will reach to the top. So we need a level of order. But if we don't have, if we have too much order, then we see what happens with the mages, and people get desperate. People get desperate. People drop their sense of right and wrong, and they lash out like a cornered animal. Too much order is fucking oppression. Not enough order is pure chaos. And again, like this, I'm not saying anything really deep here. Like this is an old fucking, debate, an old conversation. That does more damage, but I get the feeling like that's better because I've just upgraded it. Right, what we're gonna do? No. Never mind. Alright, we're killing this first. But yeah, like, I'm really hoping, like, if we do eventually get Dragon Age 4, I'm really hoping that they dive into the Kunari versus Tevinter shit. They really go in it. Like, we see some of the positive sides of their cultures. Because that's the thing that makes Dorian so interesting. It's like, he has a lot of issues with his culture, but he's still a nationalist. Like, he's still proud of his culture. And like again, like, Americans watching this, nationalism doesn't mean the same in your country that it means to a lot of other people. Nationalism isn't necessarily a bad thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, what was it? Are we at camp now? Can we change our party here? Yeah, we can. Thank you. Alright, we're gonna have the mages. Yeah. Oh my god, I've not spent any of her shit. Alright, well, we'll do that some other time. I'm probably not gonna use her for a while, so yeah. Right, let's go through shit, see what we can use. But yeah, it's like, I'd love to see a deeper side to the Kunari in their culture, and a deeper side of Tevinter, you know what I mean? It's like, Dorian is a nationalist, he does love his country. You know, it's all he's known, he's grown up there, so of course he's going to see more nuance there. That staff is pretty shocking, alright, and when we got this staff, why can nobody use that? We need to be level 8 to use that. Well, I'm keeping hold of that then. Solus can have that. Free marches. I can't use the Vitar yet. This is the best code I've got. Vivian. Solus. Unfortunately, it looks like we're gonna get rid of our sexy Solus for a bit, and we'll give that to Vivian. Oh, the color's different on her. Okay. Her Legion. Yeah, I like that on her better. Willpower. Yeah, that'll be better for him. Alright, we'll go for the accessories later. So we've gone through them. Let's go through the rogues next. Yeah, we'll do it that way. He's not a rogue, but we'll do it that way. But yeah. Let's see. Two-handed. He can't use any of this shit yet. Oh, so I'm looking at Tashi, thinking I'm looking at Iron Bull. Oh, that is way better. He can't use that until he levels up. Fair enough. We'll keep hold of that. I'll give him the slightly better one. Good shit. Oh, Bull's Edge. Bull's Edge is better. Does that level up with him? Apparently that must level up with him, because why would I equip something else? Bucket Helmet. If we get a Bucket Helmet, yeah, I'll equip somebody with that, but unfortunately we don't have Bucket helmets. And if I do get it, he can't wear it. He does get a really cool helmet later on though. Critical damage. Nah. That's fine. What about heavy armor? 82, 84. Yeah, he's got the best one equipped to him. Sarah. My boy Varric. Has he got anything better than that? No, that's the best he's got. The Free Marcher shit's better, but again, he can't equip that just yet. I'll give him the Elven Cowl because rage damage is just better for him. And then, where's Sarah? 92. Ooh, that actually looks like a really cool set on her. I like that. She's using dual wield? What the fuck? Why is she using dual wield? No, we're not. No, we're not having that. There's no fucking way she's being a dual wielder. She's Sarah. That's fucking ridiculous. Weapons. She's having a bow for fuck's sake. God damn. Very, very stupid. No armor, no clothes, just the helmet. No. We're not going that crazy. Right. Okay. Next we'll have Cassandra. Yeah. What? No, wrong button. And I think we might have to go back to the main base and just clear out the inventory. Sell a bunch of things. We'll go for the accessories first, though. Cassandra, do we have any one-handed stuff that's better for her? I do like that weapon, though. Nah, she can stay with that. What about the shield? Is the shield better? Templar shield. Ooh, it's slightly better, and it looks very cool as well. She can have that. I like that. It's very cool. Alright. Blackwall. He uses a shield as well. Can't use the Templar shield just yet. He's just got bucklers. Okay. One-handed, better. He's got the Mercenary Lord Blade, which is better. Alright, armor. No. He's got the Griffin helmet. He's got that stuff, which is very, very good. And then Cassandra has that. So we're all set. Everyone has shit that they need. Alright, let's... we want Varric, Solus, and Bull. Cons were that it was hard to leave the country. My grandpa could not travel out of the USSR, only to another socialist country. No visits to the Western countries. Sarah is a bow and arrow person. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what I would expected, and I imagine for the Qunari that's very much the same. The only people who can leave are people on business for the Qun. Sarah for the bow, dagger for coal. Yeah, completely. But no, like that's pretty much what I expected. I mean, you wouldn't want them being corrupted by seeing actual freedom. You know what I mean? Let's see. Amulet of Power. Who's that for? Iron Bull. Right. Hitachi has Life Ward. Oh. I'm surprised that's not being used yet. Armor and barrier penetration. That makes sense. Sunder when hit. Extra tonics might be useful. I'll give Varric Sunder while hit, I think. That's pretty good. Solus can have an extra tonics belt. Iron Bull doesn't have it. I suppose Constitution makes the best sense for him. Yeah, okay, cool. And bugger the other ones. We'll find many of them later on. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the world map. We'll go back to wherever the fuck. What do we have here, actually? Ah, we have that. Right, we'll do that. But first... let's go back to Haven, wherever the fuck it is. Haven, there we go. Oh, right, let's actually shake this. Shake that booty. Shake that booty. Just in case. Oh. Yep. No. I'm not risking that. It does go ballistic if you shake it. Good to know. Let's get a different one. Let that one calm the fuck down. There we go. It doesn't look very appetizing. Because it just looks like really watery egg. Ah, get it on that. That's good quality shit. There are some DLCs I remember, but you can access them for any point in the main story, like in DA2. Yeah, one of them I think is post-game. One of them is like at the end. One of them is basically a new ending. I'm actually trying to remember. One of them is like a new zone. That's the one I didn't do. There's like two... I think there was only one DLC out when I played this game for the first time. I played it the second time just to do the others. And I'm glad that I did. Because the, like, extra ending is, like... mwah. It makes so many things just better. It's like the Citadel in Mass Effect.
Greetings.
Right, let's sell a bunch of shit. It's time to get some monies. Monies. selling things that my character's equipped with? Am I? Well, we'll find out. Because I know he had the blade. We sold that. Focusing on dwarves since I know people since you know people tend to forget. I actually forgot. The irony is I forgot about the dwarf one as well. Yeah, I forgot about that one. That one is interesting. It's actually extremely nostalgic because it's like the first one you play the first time you properly like fight Darkspawn for ages. But it does. How can I put it? Yeah. Okay. Cool. It's interesting because. We'll take Iron Bull later. We'll have Solus, Blackwall, and we'll have Varric with us. I don't want Sarah with us. How do I explain it with the it gets very boring. It does get boring running through that one. However, the ending and the lore significance is really worth it because it's kind of interesting. And that's the outside of one of them, which is like the big area DLC. Outside of that one, which is just more gameplay, the other DLCs add a lot to the story, and that's kind of like why they stand out to me. Like I do like the Frost one. Oh my god, invincible horses. I do like the Frost one. It is fun. But I'm not getting... how the fuck do I get up there? Come on, let's Skyrim horse this. Let's Skyrim horse it. Come on, come on, we can do this. We can do this. Fuck yeah, Skyrim horse. Nope, nope. It's not as good as a Skyrim horse. No, okay. But yeah, the DLCs are pretty good for the most part. They're certainly stronger than the other Dragon Age games, I'd say. Jaws of Hakkon, that's the one. I don't think that one's as significant. It's good. It's like the only proper like zone DLC, which considering the nature of this game, I thought we'd get more of. But I actually prefer the other DLCs because it just adds more. It's certainly the best. That's one thing I think Inquisition did better than the other games. The DLC in this is very, very good. It doesn't feel as kind of like tacked on as most of the Origins ones did, or like cooked content like the ones in DA2 felt. Minus two of the ones in DA, like two of the ones in DA Origins are literally cooked content that was entered into the game in one of the most scummy ways possible. Putting the advert directly into the game itself. Ugh. The Trespasser DLC, that's very good. I enjoyed that one quite a bit. It's very good. But that's only if you care about the story and the characters. If you don't care about that, then you're not going to get anything out there. Oh, it's the shit that I found before. Never mind. It is attached to a quest. I hear a burr outside. By opening this place, did we summon a burr? We did, didn't we? We summoned a burr outside. Oh, well, if you're gonna leave me alone, I'm gonna leave you alone. There are so many uncompleted quests around here. We have leveled up a little bit. Might as well do that one. Since we're here. I'm like that with DA2. It depends on what mood I'm in. Legacy is just killing Darkspawn. Well, demons, which is boring. Especially in a game where, like, demons are fucking everywhere. So I'm not... I think the Assassin one is better. But I'm not really impressed with either of the DLCs in Dragon Age 2. I think, like, the main companion gameplay is better in 2 than anything else. But, yeah, I would say that the Assassin one is probably the better one. Yeah. I just don't feel strongly about it. In Dragon Age Origins, I mean, obviously, Awakening's the best one. I'm trying to think of the other ones. I don't count Shale, because that's cut content. Warden's Keep, same kind of thing. I don't count that. That should have been in the game day one. But if we were counting it, I still wouldn't count Shale, but I'll make an exception for Warden's Keep, at which point I think I'd say that's number 2 after Awakening. I think that's the best one. Liliana's Song following that.
May I help you?
I'm a fan of the Darkspawn Chronicles. I think that one's fun.
May I help you?
There we go.
I found some of the herbs you were looking for.
I don't like the one with the Harvester. I think it's extremely boring.
Goodbye.
Thank you so much for your help.
I'm not picking that up again, though. Golems, that's the one. Yeah, the Harvester. I don't like that one. And the reason why I don't like that one, and I think it's the only one I didn't stream as well, because I'm just not doing it, is it's difficult at the end. It's got the hardest boss fight in the game, but the main reason I'm not doing it is because it's literally an extremely boring series of killing shit split up by puzzles. There's nothing in there I really enjoy. So I just outright didn't bother with that one. We've got the Fallow Mire. Do you have any quest in Haven? You do. Yeah. Ooh. You know what? Let's do this. Let me just look up. Mage route. The main kind of thing with the Darkspawn Chronicles is the Codex. The Codex is fucking funny. Especially when it comes to like Barkspawn and things. That's the main drive behind it. Oh, hello.
Can I help you with anything?
Can we talk about the Bull's Chargers?
Best company you'll find from here to the Anderfells. In my time with the Chief, we've gone up against everything from bandits to magic trees. We're expensive, but you'll never doubt we're worth it. Want to know anything in particular?
Do the Chargers specialize in anything from a tactical standpoint?
Bull doesn't want us large enough to work as an army. We're better as shock troops or skirmishers. We've got archers for hitting enemy infantry, Dalish with more archery, and Skinner and her people on the flanks. Rocky handles fortifications and traps, and Stitches keeps us all fighting. They mostly hold back. I'll lead the frontline fighters with Grim, and the Chief goes wherever he can hit something.
I like the Chargers because they're basically just like any fucking Dungeons and Dragons party. It's great. Yeah, he's the main character. Because, like, you die. And he kind of makes a pig's ear out of it. The weirdest thing about Anders is he actually recruits the werewolves. Which is... not Alistair. He recruits the werewolves, which is crazy.
You said something about everything from bandits to magic trees. I'll admit to some curiosity.
Right. Sylvans. That's what Dalish called them. Apparently spirits can possess trees too.
Yep.
Some noble in the Dales, and they really don't like it when you call them Dalish nobles, had a haunted forest. His family had abandoned the land, but he wanted it back. The chief bought us all axes, and in we went. Between the axes and the torches, the Sylvans weren't too bad. Worst part was the squirrels.
The squirrels! I want to know more about the squirrels. Oh, fuck. Wait.
I assume the chargers observe the standard etiquette.
Absolutely. Clean record and cleared to take jobs in any country you can name. We accept surrenders for ransom from mercenaries, nobles, and soldiers wearing a lord's colours. Our prisoners are treated well, injuries tended. We'd want the same for any of ours who got captured.
That's for me. Yeah. Again, I like that. I can't open that one just yet.
We'll talk later. They've got good form. Cullen's putting his Templar training to good use. Did Cullen tell you he was a Templar? He's not wearing the armor. He didn't have to. Might not be a Templar shield, but it's a Templar holding it. He angles the shield just a bit down. Helps direct fire or acid away, so it doesn't spray right into your face. Canary learned the same thing when we trained to fight Tevinter mages. Your Templar's doing good work.
The Wade and Heron twist. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Yeah, where he's a desire demon. That's so good. Part of me really hopes that's legit. Like, I really hope that's legit.
I'm impressed by what Cullen has accomplished with the troops. Damn right. It takes time to build a group into a team, but he's got their loyalty. Now he just needs them to make a decent shield wall, and they'll be good to go. Biggest problem for the Inquisition right now isn't on the front line. It's at the top. You've got no leader, no Inquisitor.
Cassandra's too hot-headed. Liliana's too in the shadows.
Then maybe we need one. I'd be willing. You? Huh. Why you?
I was chosen by the Maker.
I've got the mark on my hand. I've sealed Fade Rifts, and hopefully I'll seal the breach as well. That means you have a skill. That doesn't necessarily mean you should be deciding alliances.
That's true.
My people don't pick leaders from the strongest, or the smartest, or even the most talented. We pick the ones willing to make the hard decisions, and live with the consequences. Who knows? Maybe you sealed the breach. The Chantry gets off its ass and all those...
It has to be. I hope so. It is funny.
It could happen. It won't. But it could. How's it going?
We're a bit uncomfortably close there. Let me give you a bit of distance.
There are few here who know what it means to be Canary. You're not Canary. You're Talvashar. World of difference.
He's not gonna like that, but no, I see. The thing is, I've never been in the Qun, so why would I be proud of it? Yeah.
I still grew up looking like this in a world of mostly humans. Yeah, fair enough. You didn't turn into a murdering bandit, so I guess we're fine. You want to know anything about the Canary? Since we're talking about them. The word Canary, does it mean what we are, the race, or is it anyone who follows the Qun? Depends on who you ask. Are you Canary or Talvashar? The humans and elves who follow the Qun are the Vidathari. The Qunari who break away from the Qun are Talvasha, deserters.
What about Qunari who existed before the Qun?
The people we came from. They're called the Kosset, but we don't use that word for the race. We came south to Thedas because the Kosset were... I don't know. We had to leave. The stories aren't clear.
That's something about the past that I really want to know.
Whatever they are.
What's your problem with Talvashoth?
As Ben Hasrath, my job back home was keeping the peace, helping people live by the Qun. Talvashoth turned their back on all that, decided they'd rather live like savages. The Qun is not perfect, but at least there's some sense to it.
Yeah, I feel as if you could get yourself beheaded by saying the Qun isn't perfect, my friend. Yeah, my parents weren't savages.
My parents weren't like that. They lived peacefully and raised me as well as any human parents could.
Oh, good. They aren't the kind of Talvashoth I've got a problem with, then. Look, if you're worried I'm going to attack you, don't be. I had a lifetime of fighting Talvashoth. You're not the kind I hate.
What's it like growing up under the Qun?
Like Noah's in the Elder Scrolls?
Units of kids all our own age. They're like teachers or chantry sisters.
I suppose so.
They also help figure out what jobs we should do.
Yeah, you could see the like the way the Qunari look. You could kind of see them being
They
like
learned
nodes.
stuff and lie. They started training me for the Ben Hasra.
You never knew your parents?
No, I know for you folks, that's a big deal. The Tamasrans were...
It is kind of a big deal, yeah.
Taught us to read, helped us go to sleep, all the parent stuff. I remember the one who helped me build things with blocks. She laughed when I knocked everything down.
How do the Qunari rule themselves?
It's pretty
I don't know what the horse in the background was trying to do there.
And the military. The priesthood figures out how Qunari should live in theory. The matriarchy makes it work in practice. And the military keeps the Qunari safe from outside threats.
Is there much dissent?
Does it actually work like that? Is there much infighting?
Not like you're thinking of. People disagree, yeah, but the priests are there to solve disagreements. Here in Olay, politicking comes from people putting their own gain ahead of the gains of society. If you do that among the Qunari, the Ben Hasrath set you straight, or kill you.
I actually wonder if it's predetermined who you are in the Qun. I think the way it works is when they're children, if they show a aptitude towards certain things, that they're placed in that and trained for that. And for example, in the case of I forget their name, that guy over there, they're actually technically trans. They're born a woman. So in Qunari society, they're not fit for combat. However, they showed such aptitude for combat and had the mentality for it that they could not possibly be a woman in Qunari society because women don't do that. So they are they're male. So they're trans, and it's viewed in a very it's kind of ironic because they're it's viewed in a very restrictive way. So it's in what in the real world we would consider to be something that could not exist in a highly authoritarian society. But in reality, it can very much exist in like in this world. It does exist in a highly authoritarian society because they cannot see a woman being a warrior. So it is kind of interesting because, like, if a woman cannot be a warrior, but a woman shows the aptitude, but somebody born female can show the aptitude of being a warrior as good as any of the men, then they're basically a man. It's interesting. Yeah, I like how we can judge the Qun when there's our... Fuck her leg. There's no nuance with her leg. Fuck her leg. But yeah, so the way I see it is there's castes. So there's like warrior, there's priests, there's workers. And within these brackets, you're set out to do a certain thing. And if you show like specific aptitude for a specific thing, and like he said, you're willing to make the hard decisions, then you would be elevated into a higher position within that bracket. That's what I think. So I think that might be what happened to Sten. I could see Sten after the events of the Blight and all the information he brought back home. I can see Sten being elevated to Arashok because he has the experience and the knowledge and the willingness to make the hard decisions that he gained from Origins. So I think ultimately they can be elevated into a different position, but it's rare for them to... It's almost non-existent. I imagine it happens, but I imagine it almost never happens, that somebody within a specific community within the Qun will transfer over to another community. Like a warrior cannot be a priest. A priest cannot be a worker. You know, like that. But within those brackets, there are different branches that you can probably reach, if you know what I mean. That's how I imagine it works.
How is everyday life different for Qunari? Depends on your job, I guess.
Qunari has a special word for trans in their language, and I don't remember it. We'll be talking with them anyway, because they're very interesting, so I imagine it'll be coming up later.
Faolan does the same thing. They don't care about the...
I believe,
Most
Clem,
worry about breaking eggs.
or whatever the name is, I believe they tell you about it when they're in the tavern in Skyreach, I think, or whatever it's called.
It can't be exactly the same. The Qunari have no personal freedoms. How many personal freedoms do you figure that baker in Valroyo has? Life isn't about freedom. The baker in Faolan wonders if she'll be given enough eggs to do her work. Will they come on time? Will the kitchen workers get her bread while it's fresh, or will they come late and blame her because it's stale? Same crap in Valroyo. People are just people.
Yeah, but there's more wiggle room within the other, you know, cultures. But considering the time period this is set in, he actually makes a point. Freedom is a modern concept. It's never really been a thing in the past. Not to the level it is now, at the very least.
I heard there's no marriage among the Qunari. Yeah, that's true. Qunari love our friends like anyone does, but we don't have sex with them. Qunari don't have sex? Oh, we definitely have sex. They're Tamasrans who pop your cork whenever you need it. Seriously? Yes. It's not a big deal like it is here. It's like, I don't know, going to see a healer. Sometimes it's this long, involved thing. It takes all day, leaves you walking funny. Other times you're in and out in 5 minutes. Thank you. See you next week.
Yeah, you can romance them. What do you guys think of that? Like, if that kind of thing was just, you know, like going to buy a pint of milk. I honestly don't know, because I'm a bit of a prude. Well, I'm not really a prude. I'm not the most sexual person in the world. So I make jokes. I make flirtatious jokes and crass jokes, but that's about it. It's like, yeah, it is kind of weird, but I suppose it makes sense, because it's like, you don't want your people kind of like on edge. Because if you're on edge and your hormones are acting up, you can't focus on what you're doing. So it's going to be like, bum bum, cool, my brain is back to where it needs to be. I've got that out of my system, I can get back to work. So it kind of makes sense in a society like that. STDs, that's a legit thing, yeah. But I don't think people knew about Oh, no. I was going to say I don't think people knew about STDs back then, but they did. I mean, even in this game, Alistair comments on it. Because of Isabella. Huh. That's why can't you ask them about that? Like that should be a question. That would be the first thing I'd ask, like about STDs. That's a legit thing. Huh. I suppose if it had to be set up in a place like they would have to have rules against that. Oh shit! I didn't mean to click away. Like if anyone started spreading something that like would probably kill them. I don't know. It's bizarre. I don't think it sounds great. I don't think it's really that bizarre. It makes sense. But yeah.
That sounds different. Yep. Still, it's more fun here. Fewer rituals, more making it up as you go along. Plus, you folk have redheads. Redheads.
I also like redheads. My boy Iron Bull has good taste. Red hair, green eyes, pale skin, some freckles. But yeah, STDs would be a worry about anything like that, especially in an era like this.
Do you ever think about what would happen if the Qunari conquered Orlais or Eldar?
I try not to.
Some folks, like Cassandra or Cullen, would do fine if they didn't die fighting. Those two love rules. But the mages... Can you imagine Solus trying his fade dreaming under the Qun? Or Vivian doing her political bullshit? Both Sarah and Varric would mouth off until they ended up re-educated, drugged until their minds broke. So, to answer your question, no, I don't think about it much at all.
He's right, though.
See you later, Bo.
I think in the real world, if that happened in the real world, I would be someone who would mouth the fuck off until I got like beaten into a bully pulp, and eventually I'd just be like, fine, I'll go with it. If I'm being honest. But initially I would mouth the fuck off. I would be like a Varric or a Syrah.
I'd like to know more about your work with the Ben Hasrath. Ben Hasrath is actually a general term. You've got the secret police who investigate problems inside our territory. You've got the re-educators who take people with problems and fix their minds. Or make them disappear. And then you've got the spies. And you're a spy? Close. I am now, I suppose. But that's not how I started. They sent me to Saharan because they needed someone who could fight and hunt down problems. That whole island was a sack of cats. Incursions from Tevinter, Tal-Vashath, and native rebels fighting both sides. And in the middle, me, trying to wrangle the rebels and restore order. How'd that work out for you? About as well as you'd expect. I hunted down a lot of rebels. Lost a lot of friends to the Vince, or the Fog Warriors, or the Tal-Vashath. One day I woke up and couldn't think of a damned reason to keep doing my job. Turned myself into the re-educator.
That's interesting. And you can almost hear, like, the defeated nature in his voice.
You'd heard what the re-educators did to their prisoners. Yes, I had. I wanted them to fix me like they fixed them. The Ben Hasrath ordered me to go to Orlais, ostensibly as a Tal-Vashath, and work undercover. That's how I ended up here. It sounds like you had a rough life under the Qun. What, 3 meals a day and free sex whenever I need it? I came out here for the challenge, boss. Figured I'd rough it with you savages. Anyway, nice talking with you.
That's humor, covering actual things right there.
What can I do for you? So how did you get the name Iron Bull? I picked it. You know how it is. Even growing up Tal-Vashath, your parents had to tell you about some of it, right? No names. I figure your parents chose yours the same way. Nice going on a Dar, by the way. Weapon. I like that. But why specifically Iron Bull? This may surprise you.
It's a shame that he can't read my actual name because he realized it'd be Dragon.
Also, it's the Iron Bull, technically. I like having an article.
My name is literally Dragon Weapon.
Sound like I'm not even a person, just a mindless weapon. An implement of destruction. That really works for me.
Sounds like it gets him off.
See ya.
Yeah, I like Bull. Bull's really cool. There's a lot of nuance to him. He's a perfect kind of representation of the Coon. In terms of, like, you know, an actual person under it. Not just a mindless follower, but a person.
Greetings.
Right, we've done all that.
Another time, then.
Right then, Allons-y. Let's get going. Let's do something else, right? Shall we actually do the main quest bullshit? Shall we recruit the mages? Shall we do something? Over the meander around in open worlds? He talks about it too in the Skyhold bar. Okay, cool. We'll get around to that. I know Clem, whatever their name is. It is Clem, isn't it? A stat, something like that. He talks about it in the Skyhold bar, yeah.
I don't know if the Precariat
I shall embrace the light.
Hello. Ooh, choose a successor in Leeds.
Have you had any trouble with them?
Not at all. I will inform you if that changes.
Right. Let me have a look at this one. DAI, choose a successor in Leeds. Okay. I get Spindleweed with Liliana, Influence with Cullen, and Gold with Josephine. Let's go with Cullen. They all result in the same thing, which you get part 2. In part 2... Let's go for Cullen.
To work?
Right. In part 2... So if I chose, I think, Josephine in the first one, I'd get different results here. So I can get a shield or a blade. Let's go for the shield. We got more shield users. Liliana. There we are. So, yeah. If I chose Josephine, I would get 60 influence, which wasn't an option there because of my prior choice. If I chose Cullen, I would have gotten the blade there, but I chose Liliana, which gave me a shield. So we can give you a slight indication of what the different ones can do. Here we go. Redcliffe recommended levels 4 to 7. Yeah, Redcliffe Castle and its mages who closed the breach are under the control of Magister Garin. All right.
We don't have the manpower to take the castle. Either we find another way in, or give up this nonsense and go and get the Templars.
Redcliffe is in the hands of a Magister. This cannot be allowed to stand.
The letter from Alexius asked for the Herald of Andraste by name. It's an obvious trap.
Isn't that kind of him? What does Alexius say about me?
He's so complimentary that we are certain he wants to kill you.
Not this again.
Redcliffe Castle is one of the most defensible fortresses in Ferelden. It has repelled thousands of assaults. If you go in,
it didn't in Origins when the Grey Warden showed up and then buggered off.
Closing these rifts, I won't allow it.
And if we don't even try to meet Alexius, We lose the mages and leave a hostile foreign power on our doorstep.
Even if we could assault the keep, it would be for naught. An Orlesian Inquisition's army marching into Ferelden would provoke a war. Our hands are tied.
The Magister
has outplayed us.
We can't just give up. There has to be something we can do.
We cannot accept defeat now. There must be a solution.
Where is the Earl of Redcliffe? I'm sure he'd help us get his castle back.
After he was displaced, Arl Tegan rode straight for Dunnerin to petition the Crown for help. I doubt he'll want our assistance once the Ferelden army lays siege to his castle.
Wait. There is a secret passage into the castle, an escape route for the family. It's too narrow for our troops, but we could send agents through.
Too risky. Those agents will be discovered well before they reach the Magister.
That's why we need a distraction. Perhaps the envoy Alexius wants so badly.
Keep attention on Adar, while we disable the Magister's defenses. It's a gamble, but it might work.
Fortunately, you'll have help.
Hey!
This man says
Let's go! We are the champions, my friend!
Your spies will never get past Alexius's magic without my help. So if you're going after him, I'm coming along.
The plan puts you in the most danger. We can't in good conscience order you to do this. We can still go after the Templars if you'd rather not play the bait. It's up to you.
I'm not going after the Templars, Cullen. It's not happening. I've made my choice and we're sticking to it. God damn it. Alright, let's just like this. So look here. Alright. Alright. Freddie? Yeah, it's Freddie Mercury. Alright. We're a bit under pressure here, but the show must go on. Okay, cool. That's what we're doing. Of course we're bringing Dorian. Dorian is my boy. We'll be bringing... We're not bringing Bull. I do kind of want to... We've got two mages then. I want a warrior and I want to... Do you know what? I don't think I brought Blackwall. I brought Cassandra last time. I'm bringing Blackwall with me. I've not really used Blackwall. And then... Varric is probably more useful than Sarah. But I think Sarah might add better dialogue. I'm not sure. Oh, I'm not sure. Let's roll a dice. Alright. Roll dice. Let's see. Alright, a D4. Alright? 1, 2, Sarah. 3, 4, Varric. 3. Alright, there we go. We'll bring Varric with us. Alright.
Announce us.
The Magister's invitation was for Master Adar only. These others will have to remain here.
They have to accompany me. You wouldn't deprive me of my attachés, would you?
I mean, Varric makes sense. Dorian makes sense. Blackwall? I mean, shit, it's not like I brought Sarah with me. Like, here's the thing about... This is why you know Tevinter was based on the Nazis. They have mwah style. Their Tevinter fashion is hot as fuck. Just like the Nazis.
My friend, it's so good to see you again. And your associates, of course. I'm sure we can work out some arrangement that is equitable to all parties.
Are we mages to have no voice in deciding our fate?
Fiona, you would not have turned your followers over to my care if you did not trust me with their lives.
Because you simply ooze trust.
If the Grand Enchanter wants to be part of these talks, then I welcome her as a guest of the Inquisition.
Thank you.
The Inquisition needs mages to close the breach, and I have them. So, what shall you offer in exchange?
Actually, I hoped you could tell me about these Venatori I'm hearing so much about.
Now, where could you have heard that name?
I told him.
Felix, what have you done?
Your son is concerned that you're involved in something terrible.
So speaks the thief. Do you think you can turn my son against me?
I think he's already turned against you, mate.
With your stolen mark, a gift you don't even
I've got a feeling his son is playing us. I actually can't remember.
You're nothing but a mistake.
If I'm a mistake, what exactly was the breach supposed to accomplish?
It was to be a triumphant moment for the Elder One. For this world.
Father, listen to yourself. Do you know what you sound like?
He sounds exactly like the sort of villainous cliché everyone expects us to be.
Dorian, I gave you a chance to be a part of this. You turned me down. The Elder One has power.
The Elder One?
He will raise the Imperium from its own...
I don't think the Elder thing's care, mate. Or it'll end up being nothing but a shoggoth.
That's who you serve? The one who killed the Divine? Is he a mage?
Soon, he will become a god. He will make the world bow to mages once more. We will rule from the Boric Ocean to the frozen seas.
You can't involve my people in this.
Alexius, this is exactly what you and I talked about never wanting to happen. Why would you support this?
Stop it, Father.
See that guy die in the background?
Let the Southern Mages fight the breach, and let's go home.
No. It's the only way, Felix. He can save you.
Save me?
There is a way. The Elder One promised, if I undo the mistake at the temple.
I'm going to die. You need to accept that.
Seize them, Venatori. The Elder One demands this man's life.
Your men are dead, Alexius.
You are a mistake.
Backstab, motherfucker.
Never have existed.
No!
Hoping each time that the next leap is the leap home.
Blood of the Elder One. Where'd they come from?
God, you guys have to tell me who does your fashion. It's glorious. Wait, do I not have Mind Blast? I don't. Okay. Another one bites the dust. Alright.
Displacement. Interesting. It's probably not what Alexius intended. The rift must have moved us to what? The closest confluence of arcane energy?
The last thing I remember, we were in the castle hall.
Let's see. If we're still in the castle, it isn't. Oh, of course, it's not simply where, it's when. Alexius used the amulet as a focus. It moved us through time.
Did we go forward in time or back? And how far?
Those are excellent questions. We'll have to find out, won't we? Let's look around, see where the rift took us. Then we can figure out how to get back. If we can.
Alexius mentioned an Elder One in the hall. Do you know who he was talking about?
Leader of the Venatori, I suspect. Some magister aspiring to godhood. It's the same old tune. Let's play with magic we don't understand. It will make us incredibly powerful. Evidently, it doesn't matter if you rip apart the fabric of time in the process.
What was Alexius trying to do?
I believe his original plan was to remove you from time completely. If that happened, you would never have been at the Temple of Sacred Ashes or mangled his Elder One's plan. I think your surprise in the castle hall made him reckless. He tossed us into the rift before he was ready. I counted it. The magic went wild, and here we are. Make sense?
Not really.
There were others in the hall. Could they have been drawn through the rift?
I doubt it was large enough to bring the whole room through. Alexius wouldn't risk catching himself or Felix in it. They're probably still where and when we left them. In some sense, anyway.
Then let's go.
I'm right behind you.
And I wouldn't want anyone else behind me, my friend. Of course, I know this because I played through the game before, but if I wasn't playing through if this is my first time playing through the game, I would be extremely skeptical of you because of what you are. Right then, my boy, I'm gonna be giving him some fucking storm magic because why the fuck not? Actually, you know what? Winter magic might be good. No, I think storm magic is more his thing. All right, energy barrage. That sounds nice. Yeah, we'll go with that. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Static cage. Lightning bolt. Improve that. I mean, it's going to be selected at random anyway, so I'll have that one. Because it's AI controlled, so I might as well go for that. Ooh. Give him fire, burn everything. Well, his secondary thing is going to be necromancy, so I kind of want like an evil kind of like bullshit thing going on. Gathering storm. Yep. And we'll have these two as well. I'm going to give him like full-on lightning magic. Check out how fucking impressive this is going to look. I will make him eat one of them first, though. You'll be seeing more spells from me as well. Eventually. Especially when I unlock the specialization, it's going to be sweet. Yeah, I've got a sword through him. This place is very red. And absolutely full of red lyrium. Interesting.
Alexius has made a dreadful mess of this place, hasn't he?
I didn't see this part of the castle.
It was covered in the tackiest carvings of wolves and dogs I'd ever seen. This is not an improvement.
For Eldon. Hey, that's the thing. What shit do you have as well? Do you have... Oh, you have basic shit. Alright. You can't use that either, can you? Armor? Oh, look how dapper he looks in that, huh? You can have that. Give him a potions belt. Here we are. Give him what we can for now. Burn everything. What was I going with? Was I going for lightning as well? No, I think it just started me off with that, didn't it? Yeah, it started me off with that. I might go fire. We'll see. Whoa, whoa, burn everything. Whoa, whoa. Dude, look at that guy. Look how cool these statues look, man. God damn. Burn everything. Whoa, Right. Oh, more loot. Gimme. Nothing in there. Hey there.
Andraste blessed me, Andraste blessed me. My tears are my sins, my sins, my sins. Andraste guide me, Andraste guide me.
Okay, let's move on. It has the same vibes from like Bioshock. Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Alright. You ready, buddy? It's time to get our magic on. Bow. It's a kind of magic. It's a kind of magic, 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 dude. Do 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 do. Oh, I got a chest here, so I'm happy with that. It's a kind of magic, magic, magic. That looks like something I could loot, but I can't loot. It bugs me. I feel like this is the future, not the past. Fiona?
Alive. I saw you disappear into the rift.
I don't understand. What's happened to you?
Red burial. It's a disease. The longer you're near it, eventually you become this. Then they mine your corpse for more.
Can you tell us the date? It's very important.
Harvest Mir. 942 Dragon.
942? Then we've missed an entire year.
We have to get out of here. Go back in time.
Please, stop this from happening. Alexius serves the Elder One, more powerful than the Maker. No one challenges him and lives.
That Magister is going to regret he didn't just kill me.
Our only hope is to find the amulet that Alexius used to send us here. If it still exists, I can use it to reopen the rift at the exact spot we left. Maybe.
Good.
I said, maybe. It might also turn us into paste.
You must tried. Your spy master, Leliana. She is here. Find her. Quickly. Before the Elder One learns you're here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It only took a year, man. Shit, dude. Under a lot of pressure here.
Delirium is an infection. Maker, why is it coming out of the walls?
Are you sure you want to find out?
Varric? Sounded like Varric. Varric, is that you? It is.
Andraste, sacred knickers. You're alive. Where were you? How did you escape?
We didn't escape. Alexius sent us into the future.
Everything that happens to you is weird.
You don't look so good, Varric. What happened?
Bite your tongue. I look damn good for a dead man.
You're no more dead than we are.
The not dying version of this red lyrium stuff? Way worse. Just saying.
We get to
I like the fact that he still doesn't have a beard.
Might be able to send us back to our own time. Simple, really.
That may not be as easy as you think. Alexius is just a servant. His Elder One assassinated the Empress and led a demon army in a huge invasion of the South. The Elder One rules everything. What's left of it, anyway. Alexius is really not the one you need to worry about.
Assassinations, invasions, and demon armies? I'm a little glad I missed all that.
Yeah, you lucked out there. You want to take on Alexius? I'm in. Let's go.
God, Varric, like, going through all that hell, and he is still the broiest bro that ever broed. It's like, he's not even mad at you. Like, if you were brought into that situation, it's only reasonable that you'd be angry. But Varric, he just breaks down, but he's still the broiest bro that ever broed. I love him.
I hear you.
Hey there, Blackwall.
Andraste, have mercy. You shouldn't be here. The dead should rest in peace.
Incidentally, it's been a year. The Colin hasn't called him. You'd think that in a situation like this, I don't know.
You're right. You don't look so good.
Am I dreaming this? The dead asking a dead man if he's all right.
You skipped over too much. Look at the poor man. Alexius's spell didn't kill us. It sent us forward in time. That's how we survived.
Forward in time? I don't understand. If we get to Alexius, we can go back to the moment we left and stop all of this from happening. Maybe I've just gone mad. If what you say is true, then this, everything I've been through, everything about this nightmare is a mistake.
The dead want support.
I should have been here, but we'll set things right. Now I know I've gone mad. To set all this right. If we make Alexius pay for his crimes, that's enough for me. From what I've heard the guards say, Alexius never leaves the throne room these days.
I wonder what happened to him. Just see how far he's gone at this point. Is he even still human? I imagine if his son's dead, he would have completely lost his mind. I mean, that's the thing. The fact that he basically did all this to save his son, essentially, that's not quite the mustache-twirling evil that you would expect from Tevinter. Must be here somewhere. Can't you see us, you blind fucks? Your party needs the
gang's all back together.
DeLorean? DeLorean. Oh, okay. God, man. I tell you, if there's one place in Thedas I wouldn't want to live, it'd be fucking Redcliffe. Jesus Christ. Redcliffe gets the worst shit. Varric levels up. Yeah. $88 miles per hour? What are you talking about? Fucking hell, I thought the game froze then. Don't give up, skeleton. Ooh. We'll have that. Look at that. Look how cool that looks. Like that. I have an urge to watch Back to the Future now. Watch Quantum Leap. The amount of times I've referenced that shit in my videos, mother of Christ. I used to love Quantum Leap, man. Quantum Leap's great. I know Liam loves that show as well. Back to the Future's great, though. I do kind of want to watch those. I've not watched those in years.
That still doesn't make him a god.
There is no god but the Elder One. The Maker is dead. Say it.
No. God has returned, and he's a horny bastard that can light you the fuck up. There is no Maker, there is only Itachi.
They left her alive this long. Poor woman.
God damn. Yeah, bring it. That'd be great. I'd be up for that. Been ages since I've seen that movie, man.
Spike!
Never.
Oh, this has gotta suck because Liliana's been through this as before.
I will die first. Or you will. You're alive.
Imagine this as a dwarf. This would be a funny scene as a dwarf. Wait, can someone get these chains down?
Wow, that was impressive.
Anger is stronger than any pain. Do you have weapons? Good. The Magister's probably in his chambers.
God, Liliana is a fucking badass, man.
Curious how we got here?
No.
Alexius sent us into the future. This, his victory, his Elder One, it was never meant to be.
Yeah, this isn't real. Nah, fam, it is real, and they fucking lived through it.
I'm so sorry for everything you suffered.
We have to reverse his spell. If we can get back to our present time, we can prevent this future from ever happening.
And mages always wonder why people fear them. No one should have this power.
It's dangerous and unpredictable. Before the breach, nothing we did.
Enough. This is all pretend to you. Some future you hope will never exist. I suffered. The whole world suffered. It was real.
Yeah, exactly. Like, saying this isn't real is one of the most stupid, like, out-of-touch things you could say.
Stop talking.
I'm just asking for information.
No, you're talking to fill silence. Nothing happened that you want to hear.
God, like Liliana's been through so much shit, man. Like, she is, like I've said before, Liliana's basically the main character of this series, it feels like. What is down there, man? Icy shiny. No, it looks like loot. Probably from the things we killed before that didn't load right away. We're good.
We need to find Alexius. I'm sure he'll be in the nicer part of the castle.
Ah,
Here
fuck.
is one.
Nice! Thank you for the tip, Zephyr. That's awesome. That's great. Funny how the rifts are still around, man. They must be all over the place at this point. I'm surprised the world hasn't fucking imploded. Highly interactable Sping. Oh yeah, I'm just holding it. Oh god. Oh, I tell you what, man. Oh, I'm so glad they added that. Holding a button while my character turns something around was so immersive. It's so much better than just pressing a button like any other game would do. Oh my god. Oh, I need to calm down from that. It was like a real experience. Jeez.
The Magister needs more power for his rituals.
No.
Come forth and serve the Elder.
Sucking a fireball, bitches.
This is madness. Alexius can't have wanted this.
It's the thing when people put power and personal gain over anything. tale as old as time when it comes to the Winter. It is funny though, like how part of the reason Dorian hates this shit, because this is exactly what the world thinks of when they think of the Winter. I'm hoping that, like, how can I put it? I'm hoping that when we do eventually see Tevinter, that it's not, they don't erase everything that happens in like the other cultures in the past games and pretend that the people who do this are just fucking outliers. I'm really hoping that that's not the case, because that's bullshit. Whilst at the same time, like, yeah, I'm hoping they don't humanize them to the point of erasing history, essentially. But I'm hoping they do humanize them to a certain degree. If that makes sense.
It's everywhere. I've forgotten what the sky was like before.
Shit, wait, this one. There we are, 2 of them out, very nice. That is a good spell, man. Glad I got that. God, this is fucking bleak. That's a really nice stone though. Oh Christ, another one. It's like the real world and the Fade are just intertwined. Close that one. Yeah, you know, I'm glad we decided to do the mages thing first instead of fucking around the Stone Coast or other locations. Place is pretty fucking dire. I should be perfectly honest, I've completely forgotten about this bit. Because the very first time I played this game, I've played through Inquisition twice. The first time I did the mages, which was years ago, and the second time, which was like a year or so ago, in fact, I think it was last year, I did the Templars first. So I never saw this. Yeah, it looks like Blackwall. Blackwall, this you? I'm in your base looting your things. Not reading all the journals. We could find more information if we do so, but is that a Bronto? It's a fucking Bronto skull. God damn. I'm surprised that thing doesn't catch on fire. Don't give up, skeleton.
What became of Felix? Do you know?
Yes, I know.
And you're not going to tell me?
You'll find out soon enough.
Foreshadowing! Yeah, make sure the game's saved. I'm trying to piece together, like, Redcliffe Castle in my head from the prior game. We were just in the upstairs rooms where, like, we found the locket for Anders. I keep saying Anders when I mean Alistair. Yeah. Just dive over. Fuck you all. Alright, I'm gonna get one of them this time by the looks of it. That's fine.
What in Andraste's name is that? Hold on to it. I want to look at it later.
I guess that's something I've just found now. Yeah, I should look what I'm looting. Alright, close that one. So far, so good. A little over level for it, but I'm not complaining. I like it when things are easy.
You've got to love what Alexius has done with the place.
I like how both Varric and Blackwall have spent a literal year with the goddamn Red Lyrium, and they're just their normal selves, if a bit broken down. Like, Liliana has gone through more bullshit than they have, and... well, yeah, about the same amount of bullshit they have. She's the only one that it seems to have actually impacted beyond the voice filter. Must loot all the things. Must loot all the things. Yeah, okay, we've been up that way. This way. I missed a dog. I'm just putting that out there. I miss dog. Ooh. Dorian levels up. Dorian. Marion. Ooh. Marion. Ooh. Marion. Ooh. Marion. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Yay! Focused achievement.
Maker's breath. Where did Alexius find this? How did he even move it here?
Can we open it?
Perhaps. But it looks quite strong. How desperate and paranoid must he be? His servants must have a way through. He has to eat. Let's look around.
Mary. Ooh. Mary. Ooh. Mary. I'm referencing something as a show watched recently. Mongrels, it's called. Alright. God, this is longer than I thought it would be. God damn.
How much damage did Alexius' spell do?
Rifts tore apart all of southern Thedas, starting here. But whether that's his doing or the breach, who can say?
We've got to find all the things. Masterwork Weave Blade. Fun. Oh, looks like something. Oh, there's a door here. Hello! Alright. Another one bites the dust. And another one down.
Allow me.
Alright. Warrior strong. Warrior go brrr. Yeah, why the fuck can't I do that? I'm a fucking Canary, for Christ's sake. I should be able to do that. Fuck warriors. Your boot's not stronger than mine just because you wield a sword. Fuck you. Alright, Black will do it again. I'm gonna let it blow the warrior, goddamn. And Hulk smash! I don't even know if I'm going the right way here. I'm just moving around until I find something to click on. Ooh. Opens a thing. Okay. Well, that was pointless. I just got more loot. Let's see what's in here. Oh. Apparently I didn't need to bash the wall. I could have gone in that way. Good to know. Is that door going to connect to this one? Looks like it. You know, this is crazy, but at this point, I kind of think Dragon Age 2 is better. I know it gets better later on down the line, but fuck, man.
They haven't noticed. Good opportunity to look for higher ground.
I like how he says that while I'm actively ripping the shit out of them. God damn, Blackwall, that was awesome. It's over, Temple. It's a freaking Temple. It's over, Tevinter. I have the high ground.
Sorry for interrupting your dinner.
Heh. Because, yeah, like, this is just, like, running around killing shit. I don't know, I mean, I know all the games have that, but it's the dialogue and choices in these games that I find fun. Like, that's the bit that really shines. And quite frankly, it's always been the same with BioWare games. The dialogue is really what set them apart. BioWare has always been great at that. But, yeah...
What happened here?
Venatori decorating at its finest.
Try to take out that enchanter quickly.
Block them from coming up the stairs!
Things will get interesting once we actually meet the boss and we
really go for some light reading.
We chat a little bit and we do the fun things. But yeah, it's kind of strange. Like do you know what the game it keeps making me think of? Fable. Keeps making me think of Fable. Yeah. Which is a weird thing to think, but there we go. I do kind of want... That's one series that I do want to go through, and like, I've said this before, but I do want to go through the Fable series at this point. On this series at some point, because it's just fun. Just after red lyrium shards. Once we've got all of them, we can go back to the door. So that's good. It's good. It's good. Fable. Yeah, man, it's what it's making me think of. It's a lot of mindless fighting with some funny quips. Like, that's kind of it. Ooh, it's a nice little light. We go around this side, we'll hopefully find another shard. I feel like I should save the game. Let's do that.
Are they praying? Let's try to take them by surprise.
They will be praying soon. Pick up the enchanter ASAP. Always take out the one in robes right away. Usually a safe bet.
Venatory severance package stinks.
There we go. This should be it.
Let's head back to the main hall.
Whoop.
I think I know how we'll open that door.
So do I. Right, you have one of these. I want you in tippy-top shape for what lies ahead. Alright then. Let's open up that door. And see what lies beyond. Just so you know, the Templars aren't doing much better. Ooh, here we go. I'll read that in a minute. What have I done? What have I done? Hellfire! Hellfire! It's burning in my skin. This burning desire is driving me to sin. Yeah.
Look at what you've done, Alexius. All this suffering. And for what?
For my country, for my son. But it means nothing now. I knew you would appear again. Not that it would be now, but I knew I hadn't destroyed you. My final failure.
Was it worth it? Everything you did to the world, to yourself.
It doesn't matter now.
Ooh, a bow waifu. I need to play those games, man. The idea of weapon waifus sounds fucking awesome. I need to play through that series. Is Xenoblade 1? Are all three of them on the Switch?
It does matter. I will undo this.
How many times have I tried? The past cannot be undone. All that I fought for, all that I betrayed, what have I wrought? Ruin and death, there is nothing else. The Elder One comes for me, for you, for us all. Felix.
That's Felix. Maker's breath, Alexius. What have you done?
He would have died, Dorian. I saved him. Please, don't hurt my son. I'll do anything you ask.
Hand over the amulet and we let him go.
Let him go and I swear you'll get what you want.
I want the world back.
No!
God damn it, Liliana. Cool. I need to play those games. They seem so cool. I just know they're gonna take fucking ages, which is what's been put me off. That's the problem with me, because I love RPGs. So the vast majority of games I play, like, take me fucking weeks to get through. Especially now. Oh. I didn't even notice that up there. You get Xenoblade 1, Definitive Edition, Xenoblade 2, Xenoblade Chona, Gold Country, Xenoblade 2. Wait, what? Very long game. Yeah, that's what puts me off. And in January, I'll be starting up a new D&D campaign with my group as well, so I've got one last day to kind of like freely game. Those lanky things are so creepy. I love them. Stop being a bell end, Alexius. You've done enough of that. You've maximized your bell end trait. Learn a new skill. Oh, piss off.
He wanted to die, didn't he? All those lies he told himself, the justifications. He lost Felix long ago. Didn't even notice. Oh, Alexius.
This Alexius was too far gone. But the Alexius in our time might still be reasoned with.
I suppose that's true. This is the same amulet he used before. I think it's the same one we made in Minrathous. That's a relief. Give me an hour to work out the spell he used, and I should be able to reopen the rift.
An hour? That's impossible! You must go now!
Oh shit, son.
There's a reason they won.
That sounded like a dragon.
We'll go on ahead. Take out as many as we can. Liliana, you're the last line of defense. Give them what you've got.
No, I won't let you commit suicide.
Look at us. We're already dead. The only way we live is if this day never comes. Cast your spell. You have as much time as I have hours.
Godspeed. Andraste help you. It's mad I've been playing nothing but Xenoblade since August. Fuck me! And I thought my game list is fucking huge as well. Look how cool that lanky fucking thing is, man. That's badass. Also, look how badass Liliana is.
You move, and we all die!
God damn! Look how bad, like, Legolas, eat your fucking heart out. Look how badass she is, man. Liliana is amazing. I didn't like her in the first game, but she grows on me as the series goes on.
You'll have have to do better than that.
That the best you've got?
You won. There is no point extending this charade.
Felix. It's going to be all right, Father.
You'll die.
Everyone dies.
Like, that's legitimate love. Like, a mustache twirling evil fuck doesn't feel that. I don't know, man. Tevinner's not what we think they are. I mean, they are what we think that they are, but there's more to them than that.
Well, I'm glad that's over with.
I haven't fully did everything this time around. It gives you an idea how long these... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I am a fucking completionist. Xenoblade will be my life if I play it.
Your abuse of our hospitality.
Your Majesties, when we offered the major...
Alistair! Hell yeah, man! You're looking fine!
Queen Anora, I assure you, we never...
So, this mage here, that is Alistair's mother. He doesn't know
You
that.
and your followers have worn out your welcome. Leave Ferelden, or we'll be forced to make you leave.
But we have hundreds who need protection. Where will we go?
The Inquisition might be willing to take in the mages.
And what are the terms of this arrangement?
Hopefully better than what Alexius gave you. The Inquisition is better than that, yes?
No one fights well for their captors.
I've known a lot of mages. They can be loyal friends if you let them. Friends who make bad decisions, but still loyal.
It seems we have little choice but to accept whatever you offer.
We would be honored to have you fight as allies at the Inquisition's side.
A generous offer. But will the rest of the Inquisition honor it?
The breach threatens all of Thetis. We cannot afford to be divided now. We can't fight it without you. Any chance of success requires your full support.
It's a generous offer.
Ironbull disapproves, Blackwell approves, Sir greatly disapproves. Sir doesn't like mages, interesting. Varric approves.
We accept. It would be madness not to. I will gather my people and ready them for the journey to Haven. The breach will be closed. You will not regret giving us this chance.
Alistair seems to have landed in his role better, hasn't he? He seemed more authoritative there, which is good.
And we must be prepared.
He didn't stumble as much.
The offer of an alliance, it makes the Inquisition appear incompetent at best, tyrannical at worst.
What were you thinking, turning mages loose with no oversight? The veil is torn open.
We're not monsters. We can control ourselves without any outside help.
This is not an issue of self-control. Even the strongest mages can be overcome by demons in conditions like these.
Enough arguing. None of us were there. We cannot afford to second-guess our people. The sole point of the Herald's mission was to gain the mage's aid, and that was accomplished.
Pragmatic.
The voice of pragmatism speaks. And here I was, just starting to enjoy the circular arguments.
Closing the breach is all that matters.
I got a taste of the consequences if we fail. Let's make sure we don't.
We will not fail.
We should look into the things you saw in this dark future. The assassination of Empress Celine. A demon army.
Sounds like something a Tevinter cult might do. Orlais falls, the Imperium rises. Chaos for everyone.
One battle at a time. It's going to take time to organize our troops and the mage recruits. Let's take this to the war room. Join us. None of this means anything.
How have I only just realized that everyone here is from a different place in the world? We've got Erlesian Liliana. We've got Tevinter Dorian. I forget where... Cassandra's from the Free Marches, isn't she? She's from a family in the Free Marches. And then we've got... I forget where the... what her... Is it Josephine? She's from... Antiva, isn't she? And then we've got... Obviously, we've got Cullen from Ferelden. Yeah, I kind of like that. When he's going to find out that that's his mum, does he go on and live like a show like Jeremy Callity in it? Fucking hell. He never does find out that that's his mum. She tells you later on, but she never does find out that that's his mum. So yeah, technically Alistair's a half elf.
Thank you. I'd be honored to help with the plan.
Meet us there when you're ready.
I'll skip the War Council, but I would like to see this breach up close, if you don't mind.
Then you're staying?
Oh, didn't I mention? The South is so charming and rustic. I adore it to little pieces.
I must admit, I'm surprised.
We both saw what could happen. What this Elder One and his cult are trying to do. Not everything from Tevinter is terrible. Some of us have fought for eons against this sort of madness. It's my duty to stand with you. That future will not come to pass.
It's true. We can't possibly face this alone. Come on. You get that one, right? It's not like another one bites the dust or Radio Gaga. Not everyone knows that one, but still. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. These are the days of our lives and I'm wasting every one of them. I like Queen. I really like Queen.
There's no one I'd rather be stranded in time with. Future or present.
Excellent choice. But let's not get stranded again anytime soon, yes?
I'll begin preparations to march on the summit. Make her willing, the mages will be enough to grant us victory.
Okay.
Do you need anything more, revered mother?
It's like Squall from Final Fantasy VIII. You meet his dad, but both of them don't realize they're related. Yeah, basically. If Alistair knew that was his mother, he wouldn't have been so harsh.
I understand you were instrumental in garnering the assistance of the rebel mages. It is well done. And I pray this Inquisition fares better than the Chantry in its handling of magic.
We will try.
In some ways, Andraste had the simpler task. Magic should serve man, and not rule over him. That tells us what should be, but it does not tell us how to get there. So many times the methods of men have undone the spirit of their goals.
I agree.
Once you have sealed the breach, we shall see.
Why can't she be the new divine? That's what I want to know.
Or its own namesake.
Is there anything I can do to help you or your people?
My healers would benefit from more supplies. We have run short of even common goods with so many wounded. If you could deliver this list and the items on it to Quartermaster Thren, she could get us what we need. It may not seem like much, but it would enable my healers to save many lives.
I will get on that right away.
Farewell.
Right. Cool. The Queen is great. Fun fact about the... Oh, Queen is great. Fun fact about me and Queen, Greatest Hits. It's the first album I ever had before I got into music. I listened to a lot of my mother's music.
You're not pleased.
She had a big selection. I got it here. Yeah. And there wasn't much there wasn't much of her music that I really got into. She has a very different taste than me. Once I discovered Linkin Park, that was my bridgeway into once I discovered Linkin Park, that was my bridge into rock music and metal and things like that. But the one album that she had that I would listen to constantly, Queen's Greatest Hits 1, 2, and 3. I would listen to this all the fucking time. I love it. It's one of the reasons why it's up here. She actually got rid of a lot of her music, and the first thing I did when she was about to get rid of a lot of her music is I grabbed this from the with the cart. Like, no, we're keeping this. I love Queen. I think the first album I ever listened to was either the Smurfs Go Pop, a Britney. I mean, these are cassettes. These on CDs. It was either the Smurfs Go Pop. It was Britney Spears, and a Disney one. They were the first pieces of music I ever owned. I think the first CD I ever owned was the Lion King soundtrack. But yeah, like, good shit, man. I love Queen. Big fan of Queen. Alright. Well, we've got the best knowledge ones. That's pretty good. Okay. I'm trying to find the lockpicking one. The Smurfs, they got that somewhere. Yeah! The one I remember is, I have a little puppy and it lives in my house. Oh yeah, Smurfing puppy. I have a little puppy and it lives in my house. Yeah, oh yeah, Smurfing puppy. It lives in my house. It lives in my house. It lives in my house. And I'll take it for a walk. He's a friendly puppy. He does everything he's told. Do do do. I still remember that shit, man. It was parody music above a shit. Oh, where's the one for lockpicking? That's the one. Right, we'll go for Eagle-Eyed then. Alright, we got more of them to look into now. Upon a Waking Sea. Right, let's start looking into these now. Upon a Waking Sea. A lot of these, as I said last time, are kind of inconsequential, but occasionally... yeah, that one's fine. Doesn't matter who I choose.
Let's see what we have.
Okay. Answer a request from Hasmail. Hasmail? That's mad. All advisors just give me influence. Right. Completed. Gather coin. I could abuse that one so hard. Truth or dare? This one is purposely for her. I forget her name. Lake Calistine. Oh god, I remember that song. Yeah, man. Of course it was a parody. And I tell you, I can't remember what the original song is. I think there's a why can't you get it right as well? Why can't you get it right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, like that. There's a version of that on it as well. Yeah, I used to listen to that a lot. Right. Okay. So, if I do this with Josephine, see and be seen is unlocked. If I do this with Liliana, truth or dare, a dangerous game is unlocked. So let's go to the other two. What do I get out of this one? "30 influence and Vivian approves." If I go into this one, gold. Right, I'd rather have the influence, so I want Liliana. Right. I'd rather have the influence. There we go. The University of LA. Let's see. All advisors. Alright, we just got a warrior schematic for that one, so again, we'll just send Liliana. A present for Bianca. We're buying Varric's weapon a present. All rewards, aiming module +2. Fair enough. Liliana's the only one that can do it anyway. Alright, we've done all of them. That's the next one. Your heart shall burn. Cost 1. Right, well, let's leave that for now, and let's go and talk with Dorian. Right. Let's go and find where Dorian is. There's Vivian. We've not spoken with Vivian yet, have we?
If Fiona and her malcontents are joining us as allies, we need to be prepared. Abominations are inevitable. Cullen doesn't have enough Templars to handle incidents. Some of the rank and file need to be trained.
You realize you're a mage, right?
These mages joined us freely. We don't need Templars to contain them.
My dear, I don't think you've grasped the magnitude of the situation.
You are a mage. I am a mage. We're not becoming demons, so neither are they. Fuck off.
Shattered levy. You know as well as I do that mages attract demons where the veil is thin. And if demons can walk our world with no blood magic to summon them, how safe do you think our allies are? There has never been a greater threat to mages than the breach. Until it is closed, no one is safe.
If you're seeing demons everywhere, do you believe you're a risk? Do you believe I am?
We are a risk, darling. Better to know it and use caution.
Yes, by having the threat of death held over you at every time. Fuck off.
Gets burned.
You're right, but Templars are a poor solution.
They are men, and all men are flawed. That some fail does not mean that none should try. The fact remains that there is no cure for an abomination except death. Someone must strike the killing blow. Who shall lower the blade if not a Templar? Tell me something. As you will no doubt have a hand in shaping it, what future do you see for mages?
Mages should be treated like anybody else.
Vivian greatly disapproves. Can you see why I hate her?
Watching for demons ready to cut out your tongue. How free did you feel? Paint the cage any color you like. It is still a cage. It's something to consider, my dear.
Yeah, fuck you with your condescending my dear, okay? We're not in LA. Speak plainly. Stop with your frigging political bullshit, alright? You like to kiss the boot. We get it. You're a bootlicker. Good to know. Fuck you.
You've never been to a circle as far as I can tell, yet you're remarkably skilled. Were you self-taught?
Another Talvashoth Cerebos trained me.
I had heard that magic practiced by the Kunari in Talvashoth was formidable, but I never had the chance to observe it myself. In my own experience, nothing is more deadly to a young mage than a lack of knowledge, which makes the current state of things precarious. What do you imagine will happen if the circles are not restored? Do you foresee the Dalish taking us all under their wing?
Mages deserve the same freedom as anyone else.
I hear that so
yeah,
often.
I hate her.
It must be a great comfort to the common folk to know that their survival is trivial compared to our freedom. I'm sure that makes everything better. Just
She's so condescending. She thinks that she is the smartest person in every room she's in.
Mages, Templars, innocent people of all kinds now look to the Inquisition to decide their fate.
She is the slave that bows down to her masters and whilst doing so looks down on other slaves. That's what she is. And I hate her. I think she's disgusting. Like, she's just a condescending Erlesian noble who thinks she's better than everyone else. Like, the fact is that she has freedom. She's a fucking politician in LA. She's not in the fucking circle, yet for some reason she thinks that all mages should be in circles, despite the fact that she is one. So just like every other politician, it's one rule for thee and another rule for me. I hate her. I really do hate her.
I'll try not to let them down.
Failure is a luxury we cannot afford, my dear. For almost 1,000 years, the world believed it was in the hands of the Maker. And now many believe you are the agent of his will. Whatever the truth is, that belief gives you power.
Nobody should claim to know the will of the Maker. Not me, and not the Chantry.
Perhaps nobody should. But if no one leads the way, many will be left behind in darkness. I've stolen enough of your time, my dear. Don't let me keep you.
Fuck you.
Off to another crisis, my dear. It has taken its toll on you.
How can you possibly oppose freedom for your own people?
You live in the world, Inquisitor. You have eyes and ears. The obvious cannot have completely escaped you. The world is not made up of mages and Templars or circles and chantries. There is no us and no...
Yeah, I can use the bow one of my main characters. Nice.
People who must share a world which is not portioned...
What's she like? Send me a picture, I'm curious.
My own people want a larger share of the world, uncaring that they have already been granted great power.
That's not their fault. They can't help what they are.
Wolves cannot live peacefully among sheep, no matter how much they regret being wolves. The wolves howl and claw at the
Wolves are animals. Sheep are animals. They don't have the concept of independent thought. They just rely on their instinct. We're not wolves or sheep. We're people.
Drives the wolves to attack.
You're taking the analogy a little far, don't you think?
No, the example doesn't do the situation justice. Every creature knows a wolf. How do you recognize a mage? I care for the witch hunts that will come.
The staff usually gives it away.
Mobs who string up mages on gibbets for the vultures. I care that my stupid brethren will kill and be killed by frightened people defending their families from monsters. I will stand in opposition to that, whatever you may do.
Look. Do you know what didn't help the perception of snakes and spiders and sharks? The Animal fucking channel going, "Oh my god, the deadliest creatures to ever exist! They will kill you at a moment's notice! Steve, a slithering deadly will strike without a second thought! Watch this planet's deadliest animals on TV right now!" In reality, spiders, snakes, sharks, they have their own personality. Yeah, they're dangerous, but so is every animal. A chihuahua can kill you if it's motivated enough. Alright? The animals on rampant killers. They kill to eat or to survive. You know, it always used to piss me off when I was in school and a bee would get into the room, or a wasp, and people would freak the fuck out. Do you know what makes a wasp likely to sting you? Freaking the fuck out, screaming, running and shouting and doing this. That's what's going to make it sting you. If you fuck around, you find out. But if you don't fuck around, you're fine. It's like, yeah, you've got to be cautious of wolves. I wouldn't exactly want to be the prey to one, but it's just like, animals are not these fucking monsters that people make them out to be, and neither are mages. They're people. They're not wolves, like, running on base instinct. Also, animals aren't stupid. They're not just going to attempt to kill something that has absolutely that's going to kill them back. They're not vicious monsters. So, telling everyone that mages are these deadly, like, nukes ready to go off at any point, locking them away from the safety of everyone, that's not going to make people stop being fucking frightened of them. Yeah, mages can cause mass harm. You know what else can cause mass harm? Nobles. All these different organizations like Templars and the Chantry can do mass harm. But we don't see people locking them up, do we? I hate it. I fucking hate her. I cannot stand her. Her name is Juniper, since she gives you the ability when she joins. You can rail around like Sonic the Hedgehog. That's awesome. I don't need to use her now. Once your main character master a hero's ability, the others they can learn. Oh, that's really fucking cool. See, I love the Final Fantasy job system. It's one of my favorite things about the Bravely Default series as well. That's really cool. I love the job system. That's awesome. I love that. So yeah, the first thing I would do is like master every single job.
Whatever is the matter this time, dear?
Oh, stop being so fucking condescending.
I'd like to know more about you, Madame Vivienne.
How sweet of you, my dear. But I'm sure there's nothing I can say that you don't already know.
You're a bitch? Yeah, she's telling me to fuck off at this
another
one.
crisis, my dear. It has taken its toll on you.
I wanted to ask you about the Circle of Magi.
Of course. What do you wish to know?
You must have an opinion of the Templars after living so long in the Circle.
Having opinions about Templars, my dear, is exactly like having opinions about mages or Navarrans or men. I have known some who were impossible to endure, and some who were utterly charming.
Evasive.
I have suffered insults at the hands of those in the armor, but no more than I endured from nobles or tradesmen in Val-Royaux. Personally, I have found the Templars a useful tool, skilled at keeping more unpleasant elements at bay.
What was it like to live in a circle?
My dear, your question is the root of all problems with mages. I cannot tell you. Every circle was different. Their Templars were different.
Again, evasive. She's not wrong, but I'm not asking about in general. I'm asking you. God, she's such a politician.
Some were cruel.
I mean, she's not wrong, but it's still annoying.
The same is true of people everywhere, in all circles.
I say this, of course, and I would answer it a very similar way if asked a question like that, so... In fact, I kind of did similar earlier on in the stream, so maybe I'm a bit of a hypocrite. Yeah, what was your experience?
So, tell me about your personal experience with the circle.
I enjoyed life in the Montsimard circle, my dear. It was an edifice devoted...
Every single time she says, my dear, I want to punch her.
There was comfort to be had, you know, in the company of fellow mages. Those born without magic will never truly understand us.
You must have been under constant supervision being forced by Templars to live in the tower. Was that hard to endure?
My dear, I have a suite in the palace and a wing at my dear Duke Bastien's estate. I've never been forced to live anywhere. Most circles allowed mages to live away from the tower, either on their own or in service to the nobility. All that was required was permission from the first enchanter. Some circles were harsher in their restrictions. Kirkwall was the worst, but it was the exception. Most were quite permissive, perhaps too permissive in retrospect.
Yeah, keep sucking on that boot.
How did we come to this state where the circle...
The more classes you learn the options to do fusion attacks, example, like can daze an enemy and heal the pod at the same time. That's cool. Heal the party. That's cool. Oh yeah.
Kirkwall gave the world a reason to remember its fear of magic. A mage killed hundreds with a snap of their fingers. Across Thedas, a new tangible fear of magic grew. Commoners and nobles alike called out to the Chantry for protection. But the malcontents in the towers thought nothing of this. They cared only for themselves and for their anger at the new Templar restrictions. When a mage attempted to assassinate Divine Justinia again, the mages protested the investigation. The leadership chose to vote on independence based on the intolerable conditions imposed by the Templars, sparing no thought.
So basically, something happened in Kirkwall, and then all the mages everywhere paid the price for the action of one or two mages in Kirkwall. That only happened because they were basically treated like monsters from the get-go. So, essentially what you're saying here is it's okay for the police in the real world to profile black people and treat them all as criminals because they commit more crimes, statistically speaking, than other groups, thus adding to the crimes they commit because they're the ones that they're focusing on all the fucking time, and then wonder why that specific community tends to have a problem with the police. In fact, working class, low class communities in general tend to have a problem with the police. I wonder why it is. Is it because we're all criminals? No, it's because the police are bastards. No, fuck you. I hate her.
Are you familiar with Grand Enchanter Fiona?
And then I made Plu. It's not very restrictive to make learn from a lot there. That's nice. It's good to hear that when like they learn from the bullshit and they apply it next time. I feel as if the Bravely series did that a lot as well.
We would have done better to replace her years ago, to let her spend time gardening.
Did they have cause to rebel?
In the aftermath of their terrorist attacks? Was that really the most opportune time to break away?
Again, the group.
Just don't do it in a way that's...
It's, you know, it's funny. When I asked you about the Templars, you kept going on about, well, some are okay, some are not, no different than any other group. When I asked you about the mages, oh yeah, they are all fucking terrorists. Fuck you. hope she dies. I actually fucking despise her. Everything about her is just pure filth. I cannot stand her.
I saw the leader of the Bull's charge as that Iron Bull. No harm in looking, is there? Those shoulders.
Those fucking girls talking at the back. Oh, Liliana.
Maybe, but I'm not dead.
It's the 5th anniversary tomorrow. Oh, nice. Are they doing anything special for it?
Blessed are the peacekeepers, the champions of the just. Blessed are the righteous, the lights in the shadow. In their blood, the Maker's will is written. Is that what you want from us? Blood. To die so that your will is done? Is death your only blessing? You speak for Andraste, no? What does the Maker's prophet have to say about all of this? What's his game?
I speak for no one but myself, and I have no answers for you.
You probably don't even worship the Maker. Lucky. He asks a lot. The Chantry teaches that the Maker abandoned us. He demands repentance for our sins. He demands it all. Our lives, our deaths. Justinia gave him everything she had, and he let her die.
Maybe you should be angry at the people who murdered her?
If the Maker doesn't intervene to save the best of his servants, what good is he?
She's having a crisis of faith.
I was chosen, just as some say you are. I thought I was fulfilling his purpose for me, working with the divine, helping people. But now she's dead. It was all for nothing. Serving the Maker meant nothing.
Maybe you have another purpose. I could help you find it.
No, this is my burden. I regret that I even let you see me like this. It was a moment of weakness. It won't happen again. Come. To work, then. We will speak later.
She's having a massive crisis of faith, which, if you know Liliana from the past game, like from Origins, that's big. She's gone through a lot. Learning about what happened in the future state probably harrowed her as well.
The Mage Rebellion joins the Inquisition. I've got to admit that's a twist I didn't see coming. One thing you saw in the future.
More likely they add to something in the Blend pre or release artwork like last time. I'm hoping they do something substantial. That'd be kind of cool.
Finding more of it really punches a hole in my red lyrium at the temple was a coincidence theory.
How long does it take for red lyrium to grow? How fast can it spread?
It took years to infect people in Kirkwall, but no one there was actually ingesting the stuff. This Elder One managed to take the worst thing I can think of and make it worse. That's an accomplishment.
We can't leave a single piece of that lyrium out in the wild.
I'm with you on that. I've got people trying to find out where the red stuff came from. I think maybe we should make that a priority. But that's enough doom and gloom. You just won a big victory for the Inquisition. What are you going to do to celebrate?
I was planning to put my feet up, maybe grab a nap. You?
Whatever I do, it'll be as far from Cassandra as I can get. Things should be calm around here for at least the next hour. Take a moment to enjoy it. If the world's about to end, I'm sure the Seeker will let us know.
Last year they made more artwork on the beta versions of Pyre. Ah, that's cool. They're kind of like the more popular characters, aren't they? They're not the. Are they like a main weapon, or are they just like the more popular weapons that people kind of, you know, spoke to? Oh, here we go. Let's see what Sarah has to say.
That new elf who joined up.
She's a feisty one.
She put your eye out.
I didn't mean anything by it. It's good to see us all coming together to serve the Maker.
Never thought the Inquisition would be recruiting thieves to its ranks.
Well, that's mages all over.
So many robes. I bet all of Ferelden lost their curtains.
Yeah, you really disliked that, didn't you?
Just in case.
Do you have a problem with our new allies? With mages?
No problem with mages. You're fine, right? My problem is magic. If mages sat on their hands, everything would be fine. I mean, yay, freedom. Great for them. Over there, away from me.
I'll be back if I need you.
Go on.
Nothing truly to add there. Let's speak with Solus. He'll have some good insight, I imagine. I like Solus.
So we have gained the mages. Excellent. They should be able to seal the breach. You are certain you experienced time travel. Could it have been an illusion? A trick of the Fade?
Dorian was sure. Impossible as it seems.
What an amazing gift.
I like how that's interesting. He disproves.
To avoid the future you witnessed.
So many were dead.
He disproves. Again. Ugh.
I suggest we not fail. Speaking of which, you should ready yourself. For? This Elder One. You have now interfered with his plans twice. Once at the Temple of Sacred Ashes, and now again at Redcliffe. A being who aspires to godhood is unlikely to ignore such an affront.
I mean, he's right. It's interesting, though. Why would he disprove? I guess the knowledge itself is good enough. But I don't know. It's moments like that where it's like Solus is more knowledge over anything else. He's very, he loses track of his emotions a lot of the time. Like, he can understand them, but he doesn't feel them, and he seems to disprove of people who does. The end justifies the means most of the time for him. It's interesting.
The Inquisition supports free mages.
They're main characters in the story. Oh, okay.
Cows milking farmers?
I take it you don't agree.
On the contrary, I approve. Heartily. I do wonder if you've considered what this support of yours will do. For mages in general, I mean. The Inquisition is seen as an authority. You've given Southern mages license to, well, be like mages back home.
Let's get the party started! Here we go! Let's start the official romance.
If that means they're anything like you, I approve.
Ha! There aren't many mages back home like me.
I'd believe that.
I never fit in. Bloodstains are so difficult to clean, you see.
So we're doomed to a future of blood magic, then?
Not at first. But you'd be a fool not to see where this could lead. Thing is, the Imperium was once just like the South. Templars, proper circles, all that rot. Then it changed. By inches. Not that this is reason to oppress us. Still, my homeland should be a cautionary tale, not a source of inspiration.
See, I like that. I like that so much. Oh, God. Okay, so he's like, okay, this can be a problem. To ignore what the history of Tevinter is to be stupid. You need to learn how this happens, the changes that were made because of that. But ultimately, the principle here of freedom, of not oppressing people, is worth the risk. I like that. It's such a nuanced take. It's not like everyone else who is so black and white, fuck the mages or yay the mages. It's a legitimate, real world take. I like it. I like it so fucking much.
It occurs to me that I barely know anything about you.
Beyond my being a mage from Tevinter, you mean?
Beyond that, yes.
And beyond my being so charming and well-dressed, which is obvious to anyone.
It's always funny, people debate better Pyro or Mithra. Which one's the redhead?
I'm well aware of your finer qualities, believe me.
Of course I believe you. The moment I saw you, I thought, there's a man who knows quality. Now, what was I talking about? Ah, yes, me. I am the scion of House Parvis, a product of generations of careful breeding and the repository of its hopes and dreams. Naturally, I despised it all. The lies, the scheming, the illusions of supremacy. That's Tevinter in a nutshell, isn't it? Needless to say, my family was not happy with my choices.
What did you mean by generations of careful breeding?
It's what the Nazis practiced. Eugenics.
Children. They refine traits, weed out the undesirable, and promote the rest. My mother was chosen for my father because magic runs strongly in her blood. Never mind that they loathed each other. They wanted a son who could become Archon to make House Parvis the envy of the Imperium. They got me. A cautionary tale that you should be careful what you wish for.
Pyra? Yeah, cool. She's the best one. She's the redhead. It's always my Discord icon. Yeah, yeah.
I'm getting the impression you don't care much for your homeland.
On the contrary, I care for my homeland a great deal. There's so much potential. Sadly, we squander it. We refuse to acknowledge how far we've fallen because pretending is easier. We pretend the Qunari can be beaten. We pretend that we're superior to everyone, even our own people. Not everyone feels that way. I don't. Sadly, we're the minority.
See, I love that as well, because it's like, I often feel that way about my own country, where it's like, I would rather be in England than anywhere else in the world. I feel fortunate for having been born here. But that's not to say that I'm blind to the bullshit that goes on in this country. We're slowly losing our freedom of speech, for one. And it's just like the non-choice we have in politics, you know, and things like that. There's how so many of us are willing to sacrifice our personal freedoms because it's considered to be because we're told it's the right thing to do. How many of us are willing to kind of like make lives harder for ourselves or needlessly complicated because we're told it's the right thing to do by higher ups and shit like that. There's a lot about the Brits that is overly subservient to other groups, and it annoys the piss out of me. There's things like that, like, you know, I don't want the British Imperium to come back. I don't want the whole colonialist, let's take over the fucking world bullshit to come back. But at the same time, we don't need to be so subservient and be frightened of, you know, having some national pride or pride in ourselves or anything like that. I don't quite know what I'm saying. Like, Britain, we've got this problem of being too nice and too caring about other groups whilst our own suffers. And I'm not just talking about white people here. I'm talking about other countries. I'm talking about other ideologies and things like that. We will be, I'm not racist, I'm not this, I'm not that. Meanwhile, we'll let people get away with literal some of the most heinous bullshit in the world just because we don't want to be called racist and shit like that. Do I need to mention Rochdale? It's things like that. We're not as bad as Australia, but we're too weak, I think. It's how you view them. Pyra is Mithra, Mithra is Pyra. The redhead is the hottest one. I don't care. Whichever one's the redhead, that's the hottest one. It's the same person, I know.
Why would your family be upset with your choices?
But no, I understand having conflict with liking your country, but really being dissatisfied with the bullshit in it and wanting to be better.
In luxurious despair, despising each other as I waited to take my father's place in the magisterium. I declined the honor, and thus it's best I'm far from home. Less of an embarrassment that way, you see?
I think I've heard enough.
That's too bad. I never tire of talking about myself.
I'd like to ask you about Tevinter.
Ah, yes. Everyone outside the Imperium always seems quite fascinated by it. Probably why they come up with so many ridiculous tales. flying cows over Minrathous. That's madness. All right, that one's actually true, but the cows didn't have I digress. Anything in particular you wanted to know?
I'm wondering if the Imperium would be a useful ally.
I think you'd be more concerned whether or not they'd support the Venatori. They won't. At least, not officially. They'll disavow all knowledge of dangerous cultists. Secretly, many Magisters will rejoice at the idea. And if the South falls to chaos in the meantime, all the better.
It would be in the Imperium's best interest to help. Surely it could use allies.
I think the Imperium gave up on the idea of allies a long time ago. We've been fighting the Qunari for what, 200 years off and on? It's a point of pride that we go it alone. They'll sneer at the South behind their silk handkerchiefs and say, "You've had it easy for far too long." Let's not forget that the Inquisition seems to be an arm of the Orlesian Chantry. Anathema so far as they're concerned.
We're not part of the Chantry. The Chantry opposed the Inquisition's formation.
You think that matters? Don't be silly.
The UK lost their nationality. That's how I see it. No, I agree. Yeah. Brexit pissed me off as well.
I think they're far more frightened what
you know? If you succeed. And even now, like, everything that goes wrong is blamed on Brexit. It's like, the Germany and France have been acting like spiteful, bitter exes ever since it happened. It's ridiculous. We were to the EU what Australia was to us during the colonial era. Like, we were just a vassal state. We had no say in anything. Okay, yes, we had people appointed that could speak on behalf of the EU. Doesn't mean they're going to listen to us. Doesn't mean we had any say. They had as much say in the EU as we did in anything that actually happens. Basically, bugger all. They decide the terms, and then we vote on the terms that they've decided. And every option is bullshit. You know, it's one of those. I'm glad we left. It's rocky. We're struggling, especially considering the fact that the government cares more about making ties with other, you know, with the EU than anything. But yeah.
Anyone who talks about the Imperium mentions slavery.
I know we have similar takes on this. It might not be identical, but I do know we have similar takes on this. And of course, people will hear this and automatically assume racism. It's like, nah, it's got nothing to the source. It's like...
Honestly, I never thought much about it until I came south. Back home, it's... how it is. Slaves are everywhere. You don't question it. I'm not even certain many slaves do.
That's a really interesting point, by the way, and that goes into the concept of perspective. When something is normal, you don't think about it. It's just normal. It's just, you don't... There's a lot of, like, social things that we have in culture that is vastly different between different cultures. Even outside of slavery, I'm talking about things that are considered manners. And in some cases, it's vastly different. It's the complete opposite. But it's just the norm. You don't question it. It's just what people do. It's like, for example, in some cultures, finishing all your food is a sign that you weren't fed enough. So you always leave something extra. Whereas in other cultures, not finishing your food is a sign of you didn't enjoy it. It's things like that. It's funny. But yeah, it's one of the interesting things about this kind of thing. And he's right. Like, if you're lived in an environment where slavery is normal, you don't think about it. It's just what it is. You only realize if you're brought out of it. And if you say, well, surely you'll consider it's wrong. It's immoral. It's like, yeah, but how many things do we actually do that could be kind of morally grey at the very least? Like, I'm even like eating meat. Like, I'm not a vegetarian, but it's like the biggest argument that vegans have that makes sense is the ethical one. They didn't like us even when we were in the EU. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we had no say. We were just another, like, arm of their control. That's all it was. Again, just like the way we were with colonialism. We didn't give a fuck about India or any of these other countries. We just ruled them. That's what the EU was. And now the same people that can go on about colonialism could be full-on EU. It's because they don't recognize the reality of it. They think it's just different countries holding hands and singing Kumbaya while dancing around the campfire. It's not that. It's never been that. It'd be nice if it was, but it's not that.
Well, we don't have slaves in the South.
In the South, you have alienages, slums, both human and elven. The desperate have no way out.
He has a point here.
At home, a poor man can sell himself. As a slave, he could have a position of respect, comfort, and could even support a family. Some slaves are treated poorly, it's true. But do you honestly think inescapable poverty is better?
At least they have a choice. They don't, though. They don't. He's right there. I don't like it, but he's right. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, even the worst bullshit you could imagine has a light side. Like, he's right. That is actually a good argument. It's like, if you're in a situation where you're in the absolute pit of hell and there's no escape, or if you could at least basically sell yourself to have a somewhat of a life for yourself and your family, what would you choose? It's the freedom versus security argument again.
Is that what you call it? Treated poorly?
Abuse heaped upon those without power isn't limited to Tevinter, my friend.
Again, he's right. And we saw it when we played the alienage elven origin in Origins.
Nor should you believe that every tale of Tevinter excess is the norm.
There's an Imperial Chantry, isn't there? With its own divine?
We'll be ending the stream soon anyway. It's just on 11 o'clock, so we can continue talking with him next time.
Outside the Imperium, people make that face, like you're urinating in public. But yes, we do have the Chantry, or a version of it. Night and day comparing it to yours.
Yeah, well...
Let me ask you something else.
We'll go about the Chantry later. Oh, we can't ask the Chantry.
That's all.
Maybe if I talk to him again, can I... Oh, let's ask this.
Have you gone to see Alexius yet? He's in the cells.
Not yet, no. I saw him before they locked him up.
We'll finish this off first.
Despondent.
Got a little bit political there. I don't typically... I'm a bit dubious about being so open about politics these days because people just assume the worst of you.
I wonder if there's any chance they'll show him mercy. He hardly deserves it, but for Felix's sake.
It's also why I'm so stringent about letting people know that I'm left-wing. I'm not right. I don't have anything against the right wing inherently. But, it's because of how tribal people are these days, they assume because of my takes I must be right-wing. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way. Not everyone is like us versus them. It comes down to what my personal opinions are, and like most of my personal stuff aligns with the left, just not the tribalistic left. I can't really think of many basically right-wing opinions I have. Especially tribalistic right-wing opinions. But of course, a lot of what I've just said, people will label as right-wing, because the right-wing means bad. You know, the way it goes. It's what things are these days. I was actually watching a video earlier on about Pokemon, and how the community is either like, you need to hate Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, otherwise you're a terrible person, and everything wrong with the game industry, versus you need to love Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, otherwise you're just entitled and everything wrong with the game industry. It's like that. I was watching the video talking about that before. Anyway, I've really enjoyed tonight's stream. It's been fun. Yeah, like I find myself I'm not on the fence. I have hardline opinions, as you well know. However, I will often play devil's advocate a lot of the time and show people that there's more to their take. I have this talent for being able to see both sides. I have strong line opinions, and I really don't like certain political groups or certain ideological groups. But ultimately speaking, like, they are human, and I will try and see things from their perspective. And my idea is, my thought process is, if I can understand things from their perspective, I can try and communicate them on their own kind of like thing and convince them otherwise. And if everyone would do that, then we wouldn't be so kind of like us versus them bullshit. That's my whole thing. So, I know, I have strong line opinions that I will state, and a lot of it will be black and white, but ultimately speaking, when I'm communicating with people, and when I actually sit down and think rather than basic emotional responses, it's far more nuanced than that, and I wish more people would be like that. Anyway, I'm going to call a stream for now. It's been a really fun one. I've really enjoyed it. I really like talking about these kind of things. It's fun. I will see you guys next Wednesday, 7 o'clock, as per usual. Bye for now.